There is a pretty big story that's unfolding in the NFL right now with a very famous reporter named Diana Russini, formerly of SportsCenter fame. Now she's with The Athletic, and she was seen getting real close and comfy with Mike Vrabel, the Patriots head coach, at a resort. There's quite a few pictures of them together, holding hands, hugging, lounging by the pool in the hot tub, just the two of them. And this is causing quite a stir because Mike Vrabel and Diana Russini are both married to other people. And the evidence provided here is causing a divide, with some claiming that this is clear evidence of cheating and others saying, no, this isn't scandalous, this is actually just normal business etiquette. She's just there trying to get the scoop, and this is just all above board professionalism. It's some spicy, messy shit here, and I really want to go over it, so I'm going to show you everything. Real quick, though, I want to make a mention of something that people keep bringing up on stream, so I'm just going to talk about it real quick in this video. There is a Spotify page called Penguinz0. There's also one for Moist Critical Gaming, and people have stumbled upon it, and a lot of people believe that this is some bad actor nefariously re-uploading all of my shit over there. I just want to make it clear, it's me. Well, actually, Aaron. Aaron was the one that's just been uploading on Spotify. Now it's another friend of ours that does it, but it is actually us doing that because there's no reason not to do that, especially because of that exploit I talked about a while ago, where there were some bad actors that would re-upload people's audio clips to Spotify in order to copyright claim their actual YouTube videos. So about a year ago, we tried to just get ahead of that when that was starting to pop off, and we just started uploading my full videos over there. So don't panic. It's no one doing anything sketchy. It's just us re-uploading all the content over there just for the sake of safety, and again, there's really no reason not to. So I guess also shouting out to Spotify here, if you have Spotify and prefer to watch or listen to things over there, videos are available there too. Anyway, let's now dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Diana and Mike were spotted at a luxury hotel a couple weekends ago, and they spent quite a bit of time together, so here's a picture of them holding hands, and then here's them hugging on that same like rooftop area, looking out at the mountains and all of the beautiful green scenery out there. There's also photos of them in the hot tub together and by the pool together, and it's only ever just the two of them. It looks like your fantasy fairy tale vacation getaway. It honestly looks like they're on their honeymoon right now. And obviously this kind of was a big deal because they are both married to other people. And Diana in particular has been kind of vocal dunking on her husband over the years. She actually got a bit of a reputation for clowning on him and seemingly like belittling him publicly in front of the whole world to kind of point and laugh at her husband.
To address this, it happened earlier in our program today. For those of you who weren't watching, Diana Russini said this.
And I think we all do weird things when we're in love, and we overshare and overpost. And look, he's getting married to a beautiful actress. I'm married to someone average. I don't post a lot about him. If I was married to someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
Now, this doesn't seem nice. We have put together photos of Diana's husband here for everyone to see so you can make some amends on national television.
We're average together. And you know what the worst part is? He sent me a text during that segment, not watching because he actually works for a living. And he said, good luck today, be great on Get Up. So the guy's got a heart of gold, and here I am on national TV killing him. Look, we're average together, but he makes me above average because he married me. So I am so sorry. I need to really stop killing my husband on television. I'm going to be divorced by Christmas.
That is heartbreaking to hear. Imagine you sending a text to the love of your life like, hey, good luck, I know you're going to kill it today. And then you come home and see that she's just like, yeah, I'm married to someone average. If it was someone beautiful, I'd overpost too. Bro, even just like picturing that's got me going into like a fugue state, like I'm traveling through space and time. Like that is brutal. That is awful. And then you can see under the video there, that's just a screenshot someone had taken where, again, she just publicly clowns on her husband, where someone made a comment saying, you need a boyfriend, and she says, yeah, I tell that to my husband all the time. Ooh-wee, jeepers. Like that, I don't know how that just gets played off as like a joke. That's just a terrible thing to say about your life partner, your fucking supposed soulmate that you're married to just publicly being like, yeah, they're average. They're not beautiful or anything. If they were beautiful, I'd probably be posting a lot about them too, but I'm kind of ashamed, so, I throw them into the basement and try and just forget that they exist because they're not beautiful. They're just average. And then like, oh yeah, I really need a boyfriend. I keep telling my husband that, haha. That's fucked up, man. And I feel like if a guy went out there and said like, oh, my wife, she's a real battle axe. She's not really a looker, so I don't like to post about her. It would be perceived far different than Diana Rossini's clowning on her husband has been. I just don't know who hears that and thinks that it's like, ha ha ha, in good fun. I'm sure her husband also really appreciates when he gets insulted on live TV, and not even like playfully insulted, just called average at best. Your wife going out there on TV in front of the whole world, in front of God and anime, and just say like, yeah, my husband's not beautiful, so I don't like to post about him. That's extremely hurtful. Anyway, the point of me showing you this is that in light of these pictures and the story, which we're going to get a little more into the story, it feels believable that she would be unfaithful to her husband because she's made a habit out of publicly belittling him, insulting him, and just point blank saying that she doesn't find him beautiful. It's not like she ever like went back on that, like, no, actually my husband is beautiful. She's like, no, look, he's average, but I'm average too. We're average together. We're both average in this together. But if he was beautiful, I'd be posting about him a lot. So like, it's all good. Like, it's all fine. Now, in light of this story blowing up, there has been a statement from the Athletic executive editor Steven Ginsburg saying that the photos are misleading and lack essential context. These were public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we're proud to have her at the Athletic. Rossini said in her own statement that many reporters in her field interact with sources outside of stadium and work venues, and the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. So basically they're claiming that there were more people there and this is all just professional. This is something normal that, people in her field interact with sources outside of the stadium, which is very true. That does happen a lot. Sometimes you'll even see them like go hang out at a bar or go out to dinner or something. And that is professional. It's also very different than going to a luxury hotel and holding hands with your source, hugging your source, that kind of thing. That's very different, and they're claiming that there was a group of 6 people with them, but none of the alleged eyewitnesses corroborate that theory, that game theory. According to 3 other eyewitnesses, they told Page 6 that they didn't see Vrabel or Rossini with a group of friends or anything. They said, no, he was with a girl. And the sequence of photographs taken at various points during the day show only the 2 of them. Now, according to a source close to Diana, she was staying at the hotel during a hiking trip with 2 female friends, and Vrabel told Page 6 that they and the coach drove up for the day with another pal and then all drove back to their own hotel some 2 hours away after hanging out. But then, I guess, Diana and Vrabel were just still left alone there at the hotel after their friends all came through and partied and enjoyed their time together. Like, I guess that's the story. Probably worth mentioning that that hotel they stay at, the Ambiente, prides itself on being a romantic getaway, boasting on its website about the 158 proposals that took place in the thousands of anniversaries and honeymoons that have been celebrated at that hotel. Like, that seems to be its main shtick. That's the big thing about this location. So it is a little peculiar that this was the hotel where everyone decided, let's go party at the Ambiente together, and then we're all going to leave except for Mike and Diana. You guys can hang out here. We're going to all drive 2 hours back to the other hotel. It's perplexing. It is a very interesting explanation here. Now, personally, even if that is true, I still think them holding hands and hugging and shit is not for the sake of the story and trying to get information out of her source or anything. That goes way above and beyond the Call of Duty there. That is not something reporters, I believe, typically choose to do. It just doesn't really check out. So personally, I'm of the belief that this is scandalous, especially due to Diana's very open book policy on dunking on her husband. It feels like this is something that is very out of line. I don't think this is something that should be happening between a reporter and their source. If this is actually normal, it shouldn't be, because this does feel like it's a romantic getaway between the two of them. I do believe that that's what's happening here. I don't really buy the argument that this is all just normal reporting. I just don't. But I'll go ahead and show you a perspective from someone who does believe that, another big player in this field.
I don't think we really knew what was going on. Like, that's the first thing. We actually don't know. It's a bunch of still photos. We don't know. And people nowadays jump to conclusions so quickly, myself included. First minute I saw it, I was like, oh, what is she doing, blah, blah. And then I'm like, I don't actually know what was going on. And I talked to a friend of mine, a woman reporter who has been in journalism for a long time, and she's like, I don't want to jump to conclusions either, but it's definitely not smart of her to be in a hot tub at the same time as an NFL coach, so she's covering.
He keeps mentioning the hot tub photos and that it was a bad judgment call to do that. And he's right, that is a bad judgment call to do that. But he also neglects to talk about like the much more romantic photos between the two of them, which is the hand holding and the hugging and like longingly gazing out at the open scenery out there, that kind of thing, where it looks like they are a couple. So he is focused on like the hot tub ones and trying to come up with like explanations for how that could be normal for reporting, and I just don't subscribe to that idea at all. He just keeps saying that it wasn't a good idea optics-wise, as opposed to like believing something scandalous unfolded.
And I don't disagree. I also think there's a huge double standard. Like if I were doing a story about Mike Vrabel, let's just say I was assigned a piece by The Athletic, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna, why don't you hang out with me at the pool today? You can interview me then. And I'm like, great. I hang out with him for the day on the pool. And at one point he's like, oh, my back stiffens up. I'm gonna go in the hot tub. You wanna go in the hot tub? And I'll be like, yeah, I have a bad back, sure. Like nobody would be like, reporter Jeff Pearlman has cozy relationship with Mike Vrabel. It is a woman thing. And it is unfair, but a reality for women reporters that they really have to be, it's unfair, but cautious.
That example completely falls apart, though, when you look at the other photos of them together. Jeff, if there were photos of you and Vrabel hanging out by the pool, fucking drinking brewskis, giggling, whatever, and then going into the hot tub, just hanging out, posting up just two bros being dudes, that's one thing. And you're right, no one's going to be like, Mike and Jeff here are canoodling. But if there are then also photos of the two of you holding hands and maybe you nuzzling your head onto his chest as he's embracing you tightly with a big hug, like in the photos of him and Diana, then there definitely would be people that are saying, you have a very cozy relationship with Mike. This feels as though it is something more romantic as opposed to professional. 1000%, Jeff. That would absolutely happen. Because there's no way of explaining why you'd be holding hands and hugging each other. What? Did Mike's hands start cramping up so you were massaging them? Is that why they were holding hands? His hands just, they were cold, so they needed some body heat? Or what about like the big hug? Was this like an action shot and Mike had stumbled over, he slipped on a banana peel and was falling, so then he grabbed on to Diana and the two just ended up like hugging in order to balance out Mike? I doubt it. There's no real explanation for that other than just being cozy, Jeff.
When writing about, in particular, men. And like, if I was doing a Sean McVay profile and Sean McVay was like, why don't we just meet and we'll just go out to dinner and grab a bite? I wouldn't even think twice. I'd be like, sure. But if a woman reporter is seen with Mike Vrabel out at a restaurant, you could easily see, page 6, photos of Mike Vrabel with this reporter. Is this an affair? What is this?
I don't really think that example works all that well because reporters going out to dinner with the person they're interviewing is already normalized for both men and women. And yes, there definitely will be some people that make the assumption like, oh, this celebrity was with this reporter at dinner by candlelight, thus they must be dating, this must be some kind of, big nefarious affair. But that's a much bigger assumption to make. Like, that one is more of a leap because that is something that does actively happen often with both men and women reporters. What doesn't happen often is what we're seeing here with Diana and Mike, with the holding hands, hugging, that kind of thing, at a resort known for like honeymoons and getaways and proposals and stuff like that. A romantic resort getaway where it is only the two of them that are seen. The other people, there's no evidence that they were actually there, at least not from everything that's available at this moment, other than people claiming that they were there, like the individuals claiming that they were there. none of the eyewitnesses note that there was anyone besides the two of them. That is much different than just going to dinner with your source.
So it's just such a painful double standard. Another thing is she has a very long, high-quality reputation. And I'm just not willing to jump in there was something nefarious going on here. They're having an affair, they're having a scandal, blah, blah, blah. I'm just not there. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not taking a bunch of photos and doing what we do in 2026, jumping all over it. There was video, I guess, maybe, if one of them admitted it, if the spouse, blah, blah, blah. I just don't know. Now, all that being said, is it smart of her to go in a hot tub with an NFL coach? I know it's unfair, but no.
Again, he is so fixated on just the hot tub photo. I don't know if that's all he saw is like the pool and hot tub photo and he didn't see the others. I really don't know, but that's not like the most telling one, I would argue. Again, it's very possible they're not having an affair, but this behavior is certainly not professional, and it is very weird to be acting this way with your source. Anyway, I'm sure there will be additional information on the relationship between these two, and I'm going to keep paying attention to it because I'm actually pretty interested to see how it all unfolds here. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It's that time again where I drop trousers and plant a stinky one on Burger King. It is unbelievable how often I make fun of this company. I believe they have some of the worst fast food in the world. Your money would be better spent buying rats to eat than their food. It is just absolutely terrible. But the thing that keeps me shooting spitballs at them is they are addicted to awful, awful decisions. They're like the Ubisoft of fast food. They're just incapable of even accidentally stumbling into a good decision for their business, at least in America. Every time I mention this and go on this rant on stream, there's always someone like clockwork that says, but Charles, that's only in the States. Internationally, Burger King is serving up some high quality cuisine. You know, what's better than serving up smiles? It's like, okay, I guess I can't speak for the quality of Burger King outside of America, but every Burger King in America is a fucking hate crime when it comes to food. It's terrible. It's terrible. And now their most recent announcement is probably their stupidest one yet, that's an accomplishment. That is actually an achievement. I cannot believe Burger King found a way to get stupider, but they did it. That Orba confusion working overtime over there at the Burger King HQ.
Good morning, Patty.
Would you want an AI voice in your headset all day at work, built to assist you?
Looks like the women's restroom needs cleaning.
But also potentially listening in on your interactions with customers.
Thank God, finally! An AI assistant that can jack into the headset of all Burger King employees to act like their fucking mother saying, hey, did you remember to clean the bathroom? Go lick the shitters clean, please. Burger King demands it. And then also monitoring your speech to ensure you are saying please and thank you enough times per day. Excellent. This is what everyone's been begging for. This is probably the most desperate attempt to ham-fist AI into a corporation to try and see any kind of like clawback on money, because I bet Burger King's already lost quite a bit investing in AI and somewhere in their pipeline, so they're like, okay, let's check for please and thank yous, and then anyone who's not, pinky up saying please and thank you to every customer will just fucking fire. And they're trying to frame this as a friendliness coach. My left butt cheek, a friendliness coach. All it's doing is reminding them to do chores and monitoring their speech. It's going to be used as a tool of fear, because if you don't say please and thank you enough, or go, shove your head in the toilet and give yourself a swirly when AI Patty at Burger King tells you to do so, you might lose your job. How is this coaching you in any way, shape, or form? This is outrageous. And also, believe it or not, Burger King's biggest issue isn't the lack of manners and friendliness. It's not because they're devoid of pleases and thank yous. That's not why people avoid Burger King like the plague. It's because they literally serve up the plague on a bun. They serve you sewage. They serve you radioactive sludge. If Burger King wants to improve customer satisfaction, work on your fucking menu, not the pleases and thank yous from your employees.
Well, that's what a new tool at Burger King plans to do, and it's causing quite a stir. The company's chief digital officer telling The Verge the new BK AI, named Patty, was listening for certain words like please and thank you, so managers could see how their staff was performing on friendliness.
The chief digital officer over there at Burger King is a damn clown. Well, this is so fucking stupid. What in tarnation? Imagine everything goes wrong in your life and you unfortunately go to the Burger King drive-thru because every other fast food place is burnt down for some reason. So you're in the Burger King drive-thru and you're communicating with the worker and they just keep saying please over and over and over again. And you pull up to the window and you see sweat pouring down their face. You know, they're fucking panic in their eyes because they've got Patty in their headset threatening their life if there's not enough pleases in there. They're gonna stop their heart or something, like blow up their brain like it's Suicide Squad. You only said please 15 times during that interaction. I'm sorry, Doug. This is the end of the line. Their fucking head pops.
Burger King providing NBC News with this video showing off the new tool.
Is there anything that needs my immediate attention?
The team's friendliness scores this morning were the highest this week.
Yeah! New record for the friendliness score! We did it, Burger King employees! We're super friendly! Thank you, AI assistant Patty, for keeping everyone in line and coaching us on how to say please and thank you enough. We saved Burger King!
The company telling us in a statement that the tool, listening for keywords, was used in limited pilot restaurants.
This is anonymized data, so it is not tied back to an employee.
Let me interrupt you there. No, it's not. You're full of shit. You're full of fucking dog shit, actually. There's no such thing as anonymized data in the current day and age. Everything you interact with, everything you use, and it's certainly every AI spy that they're jacking into your fucking headset is collecting data. No doubt in my mind. I don't even know why you're bothering to try and spin that baloney. Everyone knows that's not true, brother. What the fuck is even the point in trying to hide it? There's no punishments for it or anything anymore. Just say it with your whole chest. Everyone knows. It's despicable, but that's the state of the world right now.
And it's really a coaching tool. It's about ensuring that we raise the hospitality for the overall restaurant.
The company also saying, we believe hospitality is fundamentally human.
Fundamentally human, you say? Why are you using AI to teach it then? Oh, this hospitality thing, fundamentally human. Which is why we brought in Jarvis over here that can blow up your asshole if you don't say please enough to teach you how to be human. That makes a lot of sense there, Chief Digital Clown. Good work.
You could call it the friendly wars in retail.
The customer interaction matters. And for evidence of this, just take a look at the success of Chick-fil-A. A lot of people, when they talk about Chick-fil-A, don't actually talk about their chicken sandwiches. They talk about how the employees greet them.
What world are you living in, Buster? When people talk about Chick-fil-A, they are often talking about the food. Them having to say, my pleasure, like fucking corporate drones, is not necessarily something people love about the experience. I don't know real human beings, like real non-bot people that go to Chick-fil-A and really feel like butterflies in their tummy and get tingly and excited when they say my pleasure when they get served by the Chick-fil-A employee. They are forced to say that. That makes it a non-genuine interaction. That makes it insincere. The reason Chick-fil-A is successful is not because they say my pleasure, it's because the food is very high quality compared to other options, like fucking Burger King, for example. This is ridiculous. And improving the friendliness score of Burger King isn't the secret ingredient here, the chemical X to save the business, man. There's only like one spot worse on the planet for food than Burger King, and that's Long John Silver's. Like if you go to Long John Silver's and you try and eat the whole menu, you're basically committing suicide. So that is like the lowest food can go, and Burger King is just barely above that. And no amount of friendliness is going to change people's want to be in Burger King. Like Long John Silver's could offer you a blowjob every time you walk through the doors, and people probably still wouldn't go if they also had to order food to receive it, because it's not worth it. It doesn't matter how friendly they are. Is it a nice thing if the employees are like really friendly and customers feel like they had a joyful experience or whatever? Yeah, that's cool. Like Culver's, I've always mentioned. Culver's is my favorite fast food place. I think their food is extremely good. And I've only had a positive experience there. Like the first time I ever went to Culver's, the manager or whatever came up and apologized for the long wait for my fucking chicken tendies, even though it only been like 2 minutes. I didn't even realize I was waiting. Like, I had placed the order, and then I sat on my phone for like what felt like 10 seconds. The guy came over, was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry this took so long. Here's a little gift card for some custard and stuff. I'm super sorry for the wait. It's almost ready." I was like, "Brother, I didn't even realize I was waiting. It's no big deal, man." And like, he was super nice. And like, every time I've been to Culver's, everyone's been great. But that's not the reason I keep going back. It's because the food is really good. That's just a nice little perk, I suppose. But the food is the reason why I keep going back to Culver's. And that's going to be the same song and dance across the board. And like, the difference is, when it feels organic, it's significantly better when it's forced by Burger King's AI patty that's jacked into their cerebral cortex, forcing them to say please and thank you out of fear for being fired. Like, if you're trying to create a positive atmosphere, it should probably start with the employees, I would say, more so than the customers. If the employees are happy and having fun, the friendliness score might just naturally boost because, well, maybe then it'll be a better environment that they'll want to interact more positively with customers as opposed to being forced under the corporate thumb to do so. It's so dumb. This whole idea of an AI assistant being used to coach employees on how to be friendly. It's outrageous, it's absurd, it's fucking gross. What a completely useless use of AI for the sake of having AI in Burger King. I cannot believe how dumb Burger King is, man. It blows my mind. So anyway, just wanted to insult them again for the millionth time because they keep doing absolute garbage like this. That's about it. So yeah, found a pretty cool alpha male just now. I want to share some of his wisdom with you in case you happen to be some kind of weak simpleton out there that doesn't quite understand what it means to actually be a real man.
Weak men run to the bathroom every 15-20 minutes. They get a little nervous, they gotta go take a crap, they gotta go take a piss. And when you walk into a public restroom and you see a guy taking a crap, that's embarrassing. I gotta tell you, this is the most vulnerable position a man is ever gonna be in. Taking a crap, anyone can open the door, stab you in the neck with a knife. Think about that for a moment next time you go out there and start taking craps in public.
There's a lot to digest here, but first and foremost, men don't crap. Men shit. I don't know why he's afraid of using big boy words and instead has decided to use elementary school nomenclature to describe a fucking bowel movement from a man as a crap. That's pathetic. I haven't taken a crap since I was 12 years old. I shit. That's what I do. Maybe this guy's out there making little fucking toots and poots from his butt there, and that's what he calls crap, but that's not what an actual man does. Also, who the fuck is going to the bathroom every 15 minutes? That's not a sign of being nervous and having shaky knees. That's a sign of a serious medical condition that needs to be analyzed quickly. Every 15 minutes excusing yourself to the toilet? What? Who does he hang around with? Dogs that are just afraid around strangers or something? Like, what is going on? Every 15 minutes excusing yourself to the restroom? What the fuck? Also, how would you ever be that nervous? Like, where would you even be that would be causing nerves to that degree that you're going to the bathroom every 15 minutes? Does he think, like, his spiritual pressure is so extreme that it's making men that nervous to even just be in his proximity, so they have to keep going to the bathroom to decompress and, just fucking void their bowels and empty their bladders or something? And finally, what a wacky mentality and outlook on living, where his concern is that by putting yourself in a vulnerable position in a public bathroom by taking a crap, as this Boy Scout calls it here, that there's the concern that someone would bust in and stab you in the neck with a knife. Buddy, I got some bad news. I hope you're sitting down for this one. The cold water's coming. If someone is looking to attack you with a knife in the bathroom, when it doesn't matter if you're shitting or pissing in a urinal, you're in danger. Even if you were standing up and tinkling like a big man and some lunatic comes in there with a knife to stab you in the neck, you're still not really in the best position for this crazy surprise attack from this menace on the loose. It doesn't really change the scenario all that much if you are urinating or hitting that number 2 over there. If there is someone that just randomly comes in there with a knife to stab you in the neck. It must be miserable going through life with perpetual fear like that. Like, if at that point, just never go to the bathroom in general, so that way you're never in a vulnerable position. That would have been more alpha advice, by the way, if he's like, yeah, I had my asshole surgically removed, so that way I'm never caught with my pants down on the porcelain throne. Now I just use this colostomy bag. Like, that would have been far harder. Like, yeah, butthole is a sign of weakness. It's a vulnerability in the masculine frame that can be exploited by bad actors, and also when you have to take a crap in public, well then all of a sudden you've exposed yourself to potential knife attacks, which is why I had mine sewn shut.
You have to consult with your wife about simple things in life. There's a big problem. If you have to consult your wife about certain business decisions, about certain things that you're going to do to better yourself, there's also a problem there. Your wife should be supporting you to become the best version of yourself, to be the best leader possible. And if she does not back that, there is a freaking problem. And that's on you.
Brother, this ain't Weenie Hut Jr. Why are you saying freaking? This guy's supposed to be an alpha male, yet he's afraid of harsh language. Like, he won't say fucking, and he won't say shit. Goodness gracious, grow up. If you're supposed to be like this big, rough, tough guy telling it like it is, you can't be saying things like freaking. Anyway, dude's a big wife guy. He has a lot of segments on wives and how to handle the old ball and chain and, you know, what a quality wife is, that kind of thing. And in this section here, his stance is that any man who consults his wife for basically anything is weak, and it's indicative of a problem here. If you talk to your wife for anything other than sycophantic approval, you're a bitch, is fundamentally the vibe here that I pick up from him. Which is an interesting take, because what's even the point in having a wife if it's not someone you want to talk to about important things? Obviously, it's great if your significant other is supportive of the things that you do and want to pursue, but they also shouldn't just be like NPCs that only say yes and good job and encourage things that maybe aren't the best paths, right? So like if you go to your wife and you start talking about this new career you found about pretending to be an alpha male online, parading it around like you're the absolute ultimate of men, maybe she should opine saying, that's kind of cringe, maybe not the best idea. There's nothing wrong with that, and she's not a bad wife for not just sucking your dick on the whole thing. And there's nothing wrong with talking to your wife about things either. It's not weak to talk to your life partner.
When I shake a hand, the first thing that I look at, and this is the truth, okay, if that fucker is wearing shorts and some fucking flip-flops, it's a preconceived idea that gets imprinted in my mind. He's gonna have a limp fucking handshake. I'm 100 out of 100 with that.
Lord help us if this guy ever went to the beach, he'd blow a gasket. Everyone in flip-flops out there. Or if he ever came to Florida, I suppose. But one thing I always appreciate about alpha male gurus is they have to talk about literally every single aspect of just being alive, to the point where even taking a shit is beta and weak and there's a man way of shitting. Like, it can't just be obvious stuff about, you know, working out, that kind of thing. It has to be like, yeah, this is going to be a limp handshake for sure. I'm always paying attention to the dress, the wardrobe of every man I look at. And if they're wearing something that looks a little wacky, I know it's a limp handshake coming my way, and that makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Also, what I will say, though, is that he's changed his tone here, and now he's no longer saying freaking. This time, he went hog wild here. He was dropping F-bombs. But don't tell his wife.
A warrior is the eye of the storm. He's the eye of the hurricane, right? Where everything around him could be spinning around, but he is standing still as a rock. He is grounded. His foundation unshakable. When you get to that level, things around you, let them move. But you stay strong, you stay firm, you stay focused.
It's always this kind of shit that I think is so meaningless. If you want to be a gladiator, if you need to be a goddamn warrior, you need to remember, when it's all spinning, that's when you stand there unshitting and you are the rock. Like, come on, man. It's like it's made for actual 12-year-olds. What real men who actually are looking for advice could benefit from is actionable things. This is useless. This is just a bunch of empty platitudes. Who needs to hear like these words of affirmation daily? You are the warrior. It doesn't matter what's going on right now. You are the warrior. It's just, it's sad. And they all do the same shit. It's all from the same fucking script. And it's usually to hawk some bogus course for a bunch of money that you don't need, that won't help you in the first place.
I think that you are a loser if your wife has to work to bring in money into your household so you can both survive. That is not the way of the warrior. That is not the way of a manly man. A masculine man provides and protects his wife. If he's okay with it, sure, she can go out there and work and have a career.
Spoken like a man who's completely detached from reality and oblivious to the cost of living for normal, average, everyday Americans. Calling them a loser, you're not a warrior if you can't provide for your wife off just your job alone. Brother, even if you are a successful man with a successful career, by all definitions, a successful career, the price of buying your first house is still unattainable for the vast majority of careers off just a single income. The market is completely fucked. So, in most cases where someone's looking to settle down and start a family, both the husband and wife are working in order to even have a chance at affording that dream of buying a house. You're not a loser if you can't immediately buy your wife a house for you and her to live in and raise a family in off just your income alone. That rarely happens these days, and it's only been getting more and more uncommon as things get more and more fucked with the pricing.
The woman that you have in your arms says a lot about you. So if that woman is a smoke show, if that woman is a great-hearted woman, is a strong woman, is a woman who can carry herself with dignity, with decorum, with respect, and is a good mother and a good wife, congrats to you.
This one I thought was actually just kind of sweet. He's like, look, if you have a good wife, good heart, respect, and congrats to you. Like, okay, hey, nice. But also, who is this for? You know damn well the people watching this kind of content and desperately clinging to it don't have a wife. You're their wife. You're their substitute wife. So who are you congratulating? It's just kind of like a nothing burger statement, but it is kind of just a sweet message like, hey, you know, the woman that you're with, it's an important thing. You know, if she looks great, she's good-hearted, she's respectful and all of this, that's awesome. Yeehaw. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. I think all of you have learned a valuable lesson about taking a shit in general. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. You're not going to believe this, but the CEO of McDonald's just made a fool of himself. More of a clown than Ronald McDonald. He wanted to do this, I guess, short video to hype up the new Big Arch burger hitting their menu. So he wanted to show how much he enjoys the cuisine from McDonald's, and so they filmed a video of him eating his lunch, which consisted of the Big Arch burger. And this dude was acting like he was about to eat the Krabby Patty that killed the health inspector. He was like afraid of it. There was like actual fear and panic in his eyes as he was about to eat the burger, and he could only muster one baby bite out of it. And this is supposed to promote the burger, by the way. This coming from the CEO of the company, who seems like he is repulsed by it. Like it was a revolting experience for him. I don't understand, A, why they filmed it, B, how they watched what they filmed and then said, yep, that's good, ship it, we're gonna send that. Blows my mind. You know what's gonna blow your mind, though? Is the newest Cheeky scent. It's licensed to clean, baby. It's available now at usecheeky.com. That one cooked extra hard on, I'll tell you what. That one's pretty special. Oh yeah, I saw the McDonald's CEO really enjoying the fine cuisine at McDonald's. He made this really cool video showing how much he enjoys the Big Arch, the new McDonald's burger, and you can tell he loved it.
Chris K here with, you've heard about it, here it is, the Big Arch.
Yes,
this
sir.
Is something that we have tested already.
Look how, you can already just tell from the packaging, that's like a fucking tungsten block of meat right there. So much high quality meat from McDonald's.
In Portugal,
and Chris
Germany,
is salivating.
Canada.
You can't
I
wait.
love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow.
God, oh my God.
Burger.
Oh, I
got a very...
You've been working out, Chris? How are you even holding that much? Good Lord, look at all that. Look at all that patty in there. Wow. Big arches, right? That's fucking turbo-sized, Chris. Ooh, golly.
Unique kind of sesame, poppy sort of bun on it. We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious Big Arch sauce, and of course some lettuce. So, there's so much going on with this. First of all, let's try to get this thing.
Yeah, try and wrangle it, Chris. It's out of control.
So much to it.
It's a bucking bronco.
There's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth.
Oh, look at the way he sinks his teeth in there. That's a big boy bite.
That is so good.
Almost got the whole thing in one
bite for a big arch.
I love that. That's a big bite for a big arch, and it's literally like Squidward's bite out of SpongeBob. Oh, wow, that's good stuff. Yeah, it's like some kind of poppy sesame bun going on here. Oh, yeah, my lunch, yeah. Look at his face, man. The CEO, too, by the way. I don't know why he thought this was a good idea. He clearly doesn't want to eat it. It's clearly not his lunch. It's a terrible marketing pitch. It looks like he's held hostage. And he doesn't take another bite, by the way.
That's a big bite for a big arch. It's distinctively McDonald's. Only McDonald's could do this type of burger, but it also
McDonald's
is unlike
invented
anything
meat
else on our
and
menu.
bun.
It's a delicious
No one
product.
else does that.
You've got sort of the cheeses and the gooiness, but those crispy onions as well gives a nice texture. And of course, we've got the pickles. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my lunch, but Big Arch, try it when you can get it.
You know that went straight in the trash can. Look at that face. That face says, I'm going to go force myself to throw up in the toilet like it's a bulimic episode right now. He hated that. I really don't know what the thought process was here. I really don't. Should have gotten the guy who's eaten 50,000 Big Macs to be in the video. They absolutely should have. That's Dave Gorski. Dave Gorski has eaten 50,000 Big Macs. He's had like 1 or 2 Big Macs a day since like 1956 or something. I don't know why they wouldn't just bring someone that actually likes the product to review it. This guy doesn't even know what he's holding. Yeah, it's some kind of like sesame poppy thing going on, and of course pickles, right? Distinctly McDonald's. Being forced to eat the peasant gruel. True. But he loved it. That was his lunch. Can't wait to pick this shit up when it's available, the Big Arch Burger. Because they would have to pay them. Not really, brother. David Gorski would have done this in a heartbeat. He's gonna go get fucking 3 of these on launch, I bet. He's kept every receipt he's ever gotten from McDonald's since the 50s. You think he wouldn't do this for free? His whole health is reliant upon this franchise. 50s is crazy work. He's actually like a really cool guy too. Don! Jesus Christ, Don Gorski, not Dave Gorski. My bad, Don. Dude must have bowels of steel. I mean, he's fine. I imagine he is completely fine. Every time they do a checkup, they're like, yeah, I'm still alive and actually like super healthy. I live off Big Macs and pretty much nothing else. Because again, calories in versus calories out. I guess it doesn't... He's like a very living proof that it doesn't matter where the calories come from. And he lives a pretty active life from what I recall.
When I started eating Big Macs in 1972, they came in a
70s,
box like
not
this.
50s.
Donald Gorski ate his first Big Mac on May 17, 1972, and he says it was love at first bite.
I actually ate 9 that day. I went there at 11 o'clock. I had my first 3 Big Macs ever. I could get 3 Big Macs, a fry, and a Coke for $1.87.
In 1999, Donald set his first Guinness record for most Big Macs.
I forgot that he keeps these too. That's actually adorable. He keeps his receipts. But I forgot he also kept these.
I've had a big...
I think he's just a pretty cool guy. Like, as odd as it is to live solely off of Big Macs for your main nutrition, he's like a normal guy outside of that. He's just a little quirky. Man's got a hobby. He thinks Big Macs are perfect, so he doesn't deviate from the path of God. You should find him and take him to Culver's. Imagine... I try and convert him. Don Gorski ate 34,000 Big Macs, and then one stupid asshole in Florida took him to Culver's and changed his whole outlook. Now he eats 24 chicken tenders per day. Have him do blind taste tests with different food places, see if he can tell the difference. That would be fun. I am confident he would be able to identify the Big Mac immediately. But I am curious how well versed he is in others. Because he does eat other things. It's just primarily what he consumes on a daily basis is Big Macs. From what I recall. What do you get from Culver's? It depends. But mainly I've been getting their chicken and broccoli. They have legitimately the best broccoli in the game. Usually if you're getting fast food broccoli, you're begging for salmonella. Or like a listeria outbreak waiting to happen. But Culver's, their steamed broccoli is divine. And their chicken tenders are great. Also, it's not salmonella from broccoli. It would have been like E. coli, is what I meant to say. There's no Culver's near me. That's tough, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I think it's the best fast food out there, but soon it will be ruined. It can't stay that good forever. Private equity will step in at some point like they do everywhere else and tank it and shitify it. So I'm just enjoying it now while I can. Will you try the Big Arch Burger at McDonald's? I guess. Maybe. What Matt and I said we'll do is try the Big Arch Burger and the new Burger King Whopper, since they're changing the Whopper. It'll be a nice afternoon of mid for lunch. Well, shit for Burger King, but Big Arch will probably even it out with mid. I've actively followed the David case since the information started breaking 7 months ago, and I want to give you the latest update on it. So 2 days ago, most of you know, David was arrested following a lengthy investigation, but he wasn't immediately charged. He was held without bail, but they didn't announce any charges at the time. Today that has changed. They have announced the charges here, and if found guilty, they could carry a maximum penalty of life in prison or even the death penalty.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Anyone who's followed this case even loosely probably isn't surprised to hear those charges being announced there. The evidence has been overwhelming. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but I gotta tell you, I think even Saul Goodman would struggle handling a case like this. And these aren't the only charges he's facing. There's also additional charges as well.
Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Berg, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body.
This case is about as disgusting as it gets. And again, it did take a while getting here, but I imagine the fact that they have now arrested and brought these charges forth means that they have sufficient evidence to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that David is guilty of these crimes for which he is accused. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence available to the public, by the way, right there at your fingertips. And even still, and I know I mentioned this in the last video, but I just can't get over just how bafflingly insane this is. There are David defenders. I'm talking about David drones that are constantly fighting tooth and nail, trying to proclaim his innocence, saying that this is all a frame job and he's been set up. Which is crazy to me, because no matter how you spin this, there is irrefutable evidence to confirm that at the very least, David was in a relationship with a child. And these dummies for David, this movement here, likes to plug their ears to that fact and just dodge it. But it's like trying to dodge the rain. It's impossible to overlook that because it is fucking vile. And it is not based on circumstantial evidence, which is the buzzword they love to use in regards to this case when defending David. That is provable that he was dating Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child. And according to authorities, his motive for her murder was to protect his career because she had apparently threatened to report their sexual relationship. She was reported missing by her family in 2024 when she was 13. And according to the allegation in a criminal complaint, the singer engaged in continuous sexual abuse of her for at least a year from September 2023 to September 2024. And then when she was 14, they believe she was killed with a sharp object on or around April 23rd of 2025 when she was heading to the singer's house in the Hollywood Hills. This is the first time her cause of death has been publicized. Her body was chopped into pieces and stuffed in the back of David's trunk, his vehicle's trunk. So it was especially difficult for authorities to figure out what actually killed her here because her body was decomposing and in pieces, which is where that mutilation of human remains charge comes from. Now, I want to briefly opine on that motive they allege here in this case, because based on all available information, that does track. There are photos and videos of David and Celeste together, and members of his community knew about their relationship. Notably, some of his moderators were aware of it. Though, according to their own PR statement they put out to try and debunk the claims that they knew about it and said nothing, they defended themselves by saying that, yes, they knew about her, but they didn't know her age nor her status as a missing person. I have no idea if that's true or not, or if they're just desperately trying to cover their own assholes there, but the point is, people did know David was in a relationship with this girl, and if she made a reference to letting people know her age, then it stands to reason that David would panic, fearing that it would jeopardize his career, which was blowing up at the time. And maybe in that panic, he took drastic measures and killed her in order to protect that from getting out.
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke. That's case number 26 CJC F02399.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter on behalf of our client, David Burke, who's in custody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, unsurprisingly, David and his legal team are entering a plea of not guilty. They are looking to fight the charges. That should not come as a surprise to anyone. This shouldn't be something that has someone's mouth fucking hit the floor, jaw agape, recoil, and fly into the back of their chair like, what? Who could have seen that coming? That is standard procedure. There is no dimension in the multiverse where David was going to come in here fucking representing himself and just be like, yeah, I'm guilty, and I'm sorry, and then hit like a fucking power chord on the ukulele. That was never going to be the case. Because if he does plead guilty, he is facing those charges head on, and he might avoid the death penalty, but it's still going to be life in prison. So there was always going to be a not guilty plea entered from David's team here. That is not a shock at all.
So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor, we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that. We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case in the last several months.
Thank you. So the matter will be set. Plea of not guilty has been entered on.
So David's team is looking to move lickety-split. They're trying to speed run this process here. They're going for a court any percent gold split, and everyone's willing to play ball here. The other side saying, okay, you know what? We're extremely happy to do that. We would love to showcase the evidence that we've compiled over these 7 months. And what was very surprising is what came after this section.
Given almost no discovery thus far, we've received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives.
40 fucking terabytes of evidence they have gathered against David from the sound of things. That is an unfathomable amount. Now, the way that information just came out, the chess pieces that got set up on the board here were David's team made a mention of the discovery, or lack thereof, that they were unsatisfied really with where discovery was there. So then it was mentioned, well, discovery is going to be kind of hard here because of how much volume there is. 40 terabytes, and you're looking to set up a preliminary hearing within such a short time frame. It's going to be extremely difficult for us to get all of that information to you for this discovery. And also, they made a reference to discovery with like the grand jury. Can't really do anything about that. That needs to come from a court order. But the shocking piece of information there was how much evidence they seemingly have against David here from their investigation. 40 terabytes is a ridiculous amount of anything in general. So that's a lot. That really is a lot. That caught me by surprise, because there's a lot of evidence out there available to the public in this case about David and everything here. But 40 terabytes is more than I would have possibly envisioned for this. So anyway, it looks like they're going to be moving this along very fast. So I guess we'll be getting more and more information pretty quickly. I just wanted to give you the update to things now that the charges are out there. And again, personally, I feel David is definitely guilty in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I think all of the evidence points to him being the only one that it could possibly be. I don't think he was framed. And again, it is proven that he was in a relationship with this child. So that additional charge of the lewd and lascivious acts with a minor, I think there is no possible defense they could even begin to squeak out there in that charge alone. Let alone everything else that is available for everything else in regards to her death, as well as her body being chopped up, the mutilation of her corpse, all of that, all seems to point directly to David. But I guess we'll find out as this process continues. Anyway, fucking awful stuff, man. This case is so fucking gross, and I really, really, really hope that there will be justice for Celeste here. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. The world is actually hollow and flat. Xbox stopped taking L's. Between these two statements, which is more unbelievable? Probably the Xbox one. Xbox has been circling the drain for a handful of years now. The reputation of Xbox has gone into the shitter. Let's just be honest, let's not huff all that copium and fall into delusional genjutsu about, well, Xbox had this going for it and that. They have done everything they can to fully wipe their ass with everything that made Xbox so special for so long. And really the nail in the coffin was the absurd price hike of Game Pass. They brought it all the way up to $30 for Ultimate. And then they announced that Phil Spencer would be stepping down from his position and they were going to be trapping him in a Forerunner prison like the fucking Didact. And in his place, they announced a new CEO named Asha Sharma. And I made a video talking about that decision, that I do believe letting go of Phil Spencer was the right call. He had proven that he couldn't exactly steer the company in the right direction to navigate its tricky position that it finds itself in. Is kind of a fucking joke, like this communal spittoon everyone takes turns hawking a loogie in. So it makes sense that they'd want a change. but I was not convinced Asha Sharma was a good fit, considering prior to her position here at Xbox, she had no experience in the games industry, and her previous roles were all AI first and foremost. It was big pushes in AI-driven tech, and it felt like she was coming in kind of just as end-of-life care, where she was going to be the one kind of slowly pulling the plug on this whole Xbox thing and just letting it die quietly in the night with a sad whimper and a wet fart. But man, with what's been happening here, I gotta tell you, Asha Sharma's got my whole asshole in my mouth right now, because she is making some genuinely positive changes, and Xbox is squeaking out a few W's right now. The most notable, and the one that everyone's talking about, is the unprecedented change to their subscription price, where instead of going up, it went down. I didn't even know that was possible. This is one of the first times I have ever seen any subscription service get cheaper. She made a statement saying that Game Pass Ultimate has become too expensive for too many players, which is the fat, sloppy truth. That is more true than me being short. I've always said Game Pass Ultimate is a good service, but 30 clams a month I think is too expensive for it. Keep in mind, in October of 2025, they literally increased the price by 50% out of nowhere. Like, that is unreasonable. So they announced that starting today, the price will be dropping from $30 a month down to $23 a month, but future Call of Duty titles will no longer be hitting Ultimate on day one, which I don't think is a deal breaker or anything. And it's not just Ultimate that got a price drop. PC Game Pass also received a price drop from $16.49 to $14.99. So overall, bucking the trend of subscription prices only ever going up was extremely surprising here, especially from Xbox. Now, I want to bring up something that a lot of people are also mentioning. This is a sentiment that's been echoed across the community, how even with this price reduction, which is appreciated, mind you, you are still paying 30% more for the service than you were prior to their outrageous price increase in October. So it is nice that they're reducing the price, but it is still higher than what it was just 6 months ago. And it's not by like a meaningless margin. It is still about a 30% increase in price paying for that same service. So it's a good start. I will say it is a good start. And it's especially refreshing coming from a brand as fucking tarnished as Xbox. So I think some of the immediate changes Asha has been making under her leadership have been very positive. This is a step in the right direction. Yes, I would have liked to see them bring the price a little bit lower to what it was prior to 6 months ago, but even still, this is rare to see a subscription price reduction. So that's nice. I hope to see more decisions like that. And this isn't the only thing Asha's done that I think is a positive change for Xbox. She got rid of the whole "This is Xbox" campaign and replaced it with "We are Xbox" and changed their logo. Now, the logo is still fundamentally the same, but they brought in the classic green. It feels like it has more life to it now. A lot less sterile and like... It's a small change, obviously, just changing the colors around, cleaning it up a little bit, polishing it. But to take it back to the roots, I think is very smart. There was a time when Xbox was a juggernaut in this space. And I know recently Phil Spencer did like the world's smallest violin tour, basically just doing funeral eulogies for Xbox, where he just kept saying over and over, yeah, we lost the console wars, yeah, we're not very good right now, that kind of thing. That has become what people think of in Xbox when they think of Xbox right now. So to change the logo to make you go back and recognize where Xbox was, I think is refreshing. And it really feels like they at least loosely understand that. In one of their statements, they close it out by saying, the model that got us here won't be the one that takes us forward. 1000%. You are right on the money there. All of the missteps and all of like the Xbox One is the entertainment hub. Can't spell entertainment without Xbox. Obviously, I'm exaggerating some of the shit, but the thing that completely ruined them was the model that Xbox needs to be more than gaming. It needs to be like your all-in-one, all-encompassing entertainment hub. And it just got so scattered and just so bastardized along the way that now no one even knows what the fuck the Xbox's purpose is. It barely competes with games. They have so many studios under their umbrella that churn out nothing. They just fucking just empty puffs. So like, yes, they're completely correct. The model that got them to where they are today in this rough spot will not be the one that saves them. So departing from that and going back maybe to the roots, like what the logo leads me to believe they're trying to do, is the right call. Again, it was never a secret what can save Xbox. Games. Good games. Everyone has been saying that. Literally everyone knows that. It's not the most difficult concept to grasp. The hardware on Xbox is great. I've always said Xbox Series X is a fine piece of hardware. It's very solid. But there's very few reasons to own the Xbox because there's very few games on that motherfucker. That bitch has less games than the Ouya. Like, it is in a rough spot when it comes to, like, actual games that Microsoft has been able to produce for their console. The only reason people play anything on Xbox is because their friends might already have the Xbox. That's it. Otherwise, you're probably playing it elsewhere, like on PC or something. So, like, the Xbox is a good piece of hardware that needs good games on it. And it's something that Microsoft has just been unable to accomplish for many years now. But it really does feel like Asha is trying, and is trying to push Xbox back in that direction, which I appreciate. I do give that a round of applause. The price drop is great. The logo change, smart. Those kind of immediate, actionable changes do give a lot of, like, weight to her statements when she says things like, as monetization and AI evolve and influence this future of gaming, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. This is something she said when she first came in, and she's saying all the right words there, but it's hard to believe that initially because she came from an AI background, and Microsoft seemed to be trending in that direction. But now that she's making these changes here, I'm starting to believe that maybe this is something she's striving towards. Not just farting out AI slop till the cows come home to flood Xbox, but instead actually recommitting to making great games. Creative games made by talented developers. I'm hoping we can start to see that. I would love if Xbox turned it around. I know I've shat on them many times over the years. I do that for Nintendo and Sony as well, but Xbox in particular has been in a really, really bad spot. So yeah, of course I've been clowning on them quite a bit. But it's not because I want to see them fail. I want to see them succeed. As I've always said, my favorite console, my favorite generation, Xbox 360 era. Xbox 360 is and always will be my favorite console. Like, that was my best memories in gaming. And it was the last time Xbox was special. I would love to see it get back to that former glory. I really would. And if I may make a recommendation, if you're watching this, Asha, please do something about Halo. Oh my goodness, Halo Studios is nothing but a bad news factory. Jiminy Christmas. Just 2 days ago, it is being reported that they're working on a Halo extraction shooter, which is coming off the tail end of a canned Halo Battle Royale. Please do something about Halo. It is tragic. It is so sad. Why would they even be considering a Battle Royale for Halo? They're already a decade late to that trend, and now they're replacing that with an extraction shooter, and they're too late to that trend as well. Why? It's already getting stale, and the game hasn't even begun. So by the time it rolls out, it's going to be beyond dead. Please do something about Halo. Oh my goodness, we are overdue for some good news in this franchise, please. Holy. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap a little bit about the current state of Xbox and say that I may have been wrong about Asha here. I think I was wrong. I appreciate that she is genuinely making some positive changes there. And hopefully that will continue. I hope this isn't just like a, honeymoon stage thing where she comes in, starts making good changes for a few months, and then it goes right back into the same corporate greedy shit that got us here in the first place. I would love to see this continue, and hopefully Xbox can be a legitimate player in the game space again. That's really about it. So yeah. Alright, I was going to wait for the final season of The Boys to wrap up before giving my take on it, but it's been such a frequent subject on streams now. I've been yapping about it so much that I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead and debrief here towards the end of the season about my thoughts on the final season of The Boys. I think the first season is when the show was at its best because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a supe, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. But I do think it just isn't as high quality as it once was, because now it's devolved into more just like soup versus soup shit. And some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. Now, Butcher's got superpowers, so now he kind of gets to handle things himself, and now they have the virus, so that's like the main thing. It's just everything that I think the show was doing in a unique way in season 1, it has slowly been losing over the course of the seasons, and now in the final season, it's really just completely gone in my eyes. But again, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't like it nearly as much as I did is all. There is nothing that's been filler about the episodes. They're just giving you more information on some of the characters in the show that's not filler. And every single episode progresses the overall plot. Like, all of it moves forward. I won't get into spoilers, but one of the bigger villain characters just died in the last episode. There's nothing filler about it. I've made it clear that I'm not the biggest fan of this season. I think it is probably the worst so far. But the complaint that it is all filler, I think is just completely wrong. So, like, one of the things they're using is Terror plotline. And we're getting into this spoiler, so spoiler warning. Like, Terror banging Homelander toy thing. Even that's not filler. What's happening is, through the eyes of the dog, it's quirky, I don't love it, but it's not filler. Through the eyes of the dog, you're seeing the fallout of everything that's happening with the group and the boys, and you're seeing Butcher still has that bit of human side left in him due to his relationship with Terror. So you get to see that. That is still integral to the plot. And it is something that was explored in previous seasons, granted not in the same way, but it is still delivering plot-relevant information. Even the stuff with Terror, which everyone's pointing to, is like, no, this is definitely filler, see? And it should be obvious why the Firecracker storyline is also not filler, because it is showcasing her complex relationship with Homelander and God. And if she's going to choose God or Homelander, and it slowly builds that up, and the turmoil that she feels inside, especially with a pastor that basically raised her. And now she's going to ultimately choose between Homelander or God. Like, all of that is plot relevant and important. And again, these are all things that were explored in previous seasons as well. And now for some reason they're being pointed at as, oh, it's just filler, who cares? It's still important to the plot. And I know people are like, oh, it's the last 5 minutes with Firecracker is the only canon thing, everything else is filler. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Filler is when everything that happens actually has no bearing on the overarching plot. It is its own little side quest. Most notoriously with, like, the bounce in Bleach. Good heavens, I actually watched that entire arc. That is filler. Or in other shows where they are just trying to pad out time and a little bit of bloat, so they instead put you on like a side rail that doesn't ever overlap. That's filler. What's happening with the boys isn't filler. They're giving you more information about these characters as they come deeper into the fold on the overarching plot, and every single time they do. They are Again, Firecracker ultimately chooses Homelander over God, throwing away Jesus in the trash can right before her death. So everything you saw with Firecracker is clearly important. It's not filler. Again, I don't really like this season very much, but that complaint of it's all filler makes no sense to me. It's like you're not even watching it. Now, a complaint I can understand is that the pacing you don't like. The pacing is bad. That I would agree with. I think the pacing in the final season has been not optimal. It has been glacial at points in what is supposed to be like an explosive final season. So it is definitely moving far slower than I think it should, and it's spending time in areas I don't think it needs to. And that is leading to it feeling kind of like a slog. So I would get that if that was the main complaint, if people were making that complaint more than calling it filler. Because it's not filler. Kimiko deserves better. Oh, that's another one of my big complaints about this season. They have... I was going to say ruined, but maybe that's too harsh. They have really done a number on Kimiko's character. Like I said, having her speak, I think, was a natural progression to the character. They built up to it for multiple seasons and did a good job slowly, gradually getting there. But now they have her speak and all she does is talk about porn and use TikTok Zoomer words and shit. It's so upsetting. And the characters I think they did really well with are A-Train and Firecracker. I completely agree. I think they did a great job with both of those characters. And Homelander. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I don't really know, but I think they've still done a really good job with Homelander. They built up to his current motive, I think, pretty seamlessly. Just constantly chipping away at it. I do think they kind of flipped the switch too quickly, though, at the end, just to get over the line, but overall, I think they did a good job with Homelander's character as well. Homelander feels a lot more stupid now. Well, to be fair, every character has been a lot more stupid since season 1. Homelander used to be a lot more crafty and actually have good plans and stuff, but it hasn't been that way in a while. I wouldn't even say that's like a season 5 thing. They actually nerfed the intelligence of every character. To go a bit further, it also feels like they're getting some ass pulls out there now. So like in the most recent episode, spoilers, I will get into spoilers here. They introduced a character, Malchemical, that's able to put Homelander to sleep with his breath. Like it actually knocks him out. That's like an extremely powerful thing. They also imprison Homelander. One of his weaknesses is enriched uranium. Like, so now they're bringing in some like weaknesses and some natural counters to Homelander, just for the sake of like self-contained moments in these episodes, when previously he was the raid boss. The only solution was the virus, the only hope. And if you were going to fight him, you really needed to bring the fucking whole football squad. But now, some random alcoholic gooner's breath knocks him out. Like, I don't know. That, I think, is just a little lame as well. But contrary to a lot of other people's complaints, I actually like that they're giving time to other characters like Black Noir, Deep, that kind of stuff. I actually do appreciate that. I was very interested to see where these characters would be going and what's going to happen, so I do like that they're spending time there. I don't think it's filler arcs by any means, because it does ultimately still progress the plot forward. So I do like that. I see a lot of people don't, which... You know, I'm not your dad, that's fine. I'm not going to come in there with the belt. Like, that's okay for you to like that or dislike that. I happen to like that they're exploring the other characters. But in doing so, I will say that some of the more main characters get shockingly little that they actually get to do in this season. So for the final season, our main boys aren't fucking doing anything. They're on the bench. They are fundamentally just sidelined characters. Like, they've done one thing so far with testing the virus, and then that was it. Then they lose the virus. Because, for some reason, no one is ever paying attention, ever. So, like, while they're at Stan's bunker, the daughter just wanders off for hours and then reunites with her father, and he destroys the virus. Like, so, in order for things to go wrong, it's because the characters are just oblivious and really lazy, I guess. Anyway, I'll pump the brakes on yapping about the boys for now. There's still 3 episodes remaining in the final season, which I am shocked by, because I don't know how the fuck they're going to wrap this up in 3 episodes. That feels like it's going to be extremely rushed and underwhelming. With everything as it currently is, nothing feels like it's really in the end game or in its final stages where it can reach a satisfying conclusion, but I guess we'll see. Why I oughta, you know what? While I'm already yapping, there's another topic I'm finally going to cover in depth, getting into the weeds, the nitty gritty. Red Dead 2. For years, I have been haunted by this chirping about my Red Dead 2 take. Because for some reason, people have convinced themselves that I hate Red Dead 2, which I think is just bafflingly delusional, because in my review of it, I gave it a positive review. I gave it a good score. I really like Red Dead 2. But we live in an age now where if you have any criticism about anything, it means that you actually hate it and can't be a fan of it. You have to worship it fully, view it as complete perfection, otherwise you hate it, I guess. Red Dead 2 I think is a great game, but I don't think it's flawless. I don't think it's without a few shortcomings. The biggest one for me personally is that it is so realistic to its own detriment. And for some people, that's a great thing. That's 2 thumbs way up. That's a selling point for some people. But in my opinion, I think it's just tedious for the sake of being slow. It's not even really immersive. I hated how looting functioned in Red Dead 2, where I have to open each individual cabinet in order to loot each individual can of beans, or each individual gold doubloon. And this is a complaint that I carry for other games that do something similar, like Crimson Desert, where I have to loot each individual gold piece. For me, it's not immersive, it's a fucking slog, and it makes me roll my eyes every time I start looting something. Again, I had the same complaint in Crimson Desert, where I have to go through and pick up each fucking individual popsicle stick on the ground anytime I'm looting something. It doesn't need to be that way. I can still be immersed if I can just pick up the whole kit and caboodle of gold that's on the ground there, instead of having to go, well, like, oh, here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one. For me, I didn't like it. So that was a big complaint, because looting is a big part of Red Dead 2, but it is so mind-numbingly slow. It is realistic, yes, but I think it is so realistic that it becomes detrimental. I think it's commendable that they have horse balls that shrink when it gets colder and stuff like that. Amazing work. It is cool, a lot of the realism that they have in there, but it does come at the expense of some quality of life things that I would expect from a game like Red Dead 2, where looting isn't the most miserably boring, slow, lame experience there is. So yes, I do find that to be an issue. It is a complaint I have on Red Dead 2. It doesn't mean I hate the game. I still love the game. But I didn't like that. You see, Darman fam, you can like things, you can love things, and still be able to recognize certain things about it that maybe you don't find to be the best thing ever made. The Mummy is my favorite movie ever. Do I think The Mummy is a perfect film? Fuck yes I do. But that's a rare exception, because The Mummy is cinema masterpiece. But The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie. And do I think that that is a perfect movie? You bet your sweet bippy I do. And you know why? Because nothing can achieve perfection except for those 2 films. I don't care about the Scorpion King's bad CGI. It's a product of its time, and you know what? I think it works really well in the film. But most things, even if you love them, you can recognize that it's not perfect. And that's okay to point that out, and you can still like it. My only other complaint with Red Dead 2, and it's one that I don't even think is that big of a deal, it's that the gameplay is still exactly the same as it was back in the first Red Dead, with very minimal evolution of it. The gunplay still felt exactly the same, just the very safe, standard Rockstar gunplay formula, and I just wanted a little bit more from that. It didn't ruin the game, I still enjoyed it, I still really like Red Dead 2, but to this day, people still act as though I hate it. And people still bring it up constantly during streams like, well, Charlie hates Red Dead 2, so this is a fucking wash anyway. And it's like, what are you talking about? I don't hate Red Dead 2, I've never said that, I've always liked that game. I just had 2 complaints, neither of which I think ruin it by any means. It's just a couple of things that I would have liked to have seen a little bit better, like a more evolved combat system that isn't pretty much one-to-one what it was a decade prior, and looting that doesn't make me fucking fall asleep where I'm looting each individual thing, opening each drawer and each, checking under each fucking cushion on the sofa for a can of beans. Those are the only 2 things I had an issue with. Everything else I think is amazing. Top tier. So yes, I like Red Dead 2. I'm tired of people pretending that I don't. It's weird. So I wanted to set the record straight on that. Anyway, I'll stop ranting for now. That's really about it. So yeah. Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping, narwhal baconing at midnight service, where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you, like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this board that's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you like? How does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of, Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it Teen by Default, because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave this setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try and roll out some changes that require you to give them your data. So that way they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place and it always has. So then it goes into lay out the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise. Children by default. It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea. Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial take. This perhaps could be spicy. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord? You don't let children on Discord. This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said numerous times over the years, but we are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them, and just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web. And as such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was when I was growing up, where the internet was made for adults and kids had like certain special pockets online. But by and large, the internet was focused on adults using it. Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that. And make no mistake, Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service. It is to harvest your data, because it's going to be very, very valuable for Discord. And getting everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do. They just found a convenient excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord. Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background that monitors user behavior. So if you're someone that's frequenting tax channels on Discord in order to help with your taxes, it would likely view that behavior as likely an adult using the account. So then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not entirely sure what that is. To me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy-forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results. So then they go into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendors are quickly deleted, in most cases, immediately after age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way, just most of them they're like immediately deleted, but usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety-split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. Fuck, Jesus. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups. This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to. Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord? No. I don't think so. I know a lot of people are saying that this is the end of Discord, and even me with the title RIP Discord, I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform that they've already become accustomed to. I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to switch off of things that they become used to. There's endless examples to pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games that are their comfort game, and they maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with, and right now that's Discord. So I don't think that this is going to be, a huge destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted, it never changed, and it died. So who knows, maybe I'm entirely wrong, and something will pop up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead, so that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. When I was younger, I was really into magic tricks. I bought a bunch of DVDs. I was really digging my teeth in performing magic for friends and family. And by that I mean mainly just family, and I did a couple tricks at school once or twice. No one was impressed, and I felt really bad about myself. But I used to love magic a lot. I even made a video 6 years ago about a magic trick I invented to get a girl's number, because it'd be a part of the trick. Banger trick, by the way. Absolutely worthless for anything romantic, because even though maybe she likes the trick, every time I ever did it, which I think it was only once, I had no good follow-up to it, so it kind of just fizzled and died anyway. But I invented a magic trick with a goal in mind, and you could say it accomplished that goal to a certain extent. Point is, I used to love magic. I haven't done it in over a decade, but we brought out a very talented magician named Jeff Black to teach me some tricks to get me prepped for some street magic, which is something I always wanted to do but was way too shy when I was younger. So Jeff Black came down and he brought Ben and Simon Black, and we had a whole crew of magicians teaching us magic for a crazy day around Tampa, blowing people's minds. I was going to get in there and fucking mind freak them until their brains leaked out their ears. Hey, so I'm back in the magic mood. So I brought out a real magician to reawaken my Sharingan. We got Jeff Black here.
Well, we're going to start off super fun and easy. Go ahead and pull out any card you like. Let's take a look at this one.
Here, Matt is my assistant here.
Yeah, show it to the camera. Show it to Matt.
Mm-hmm.
And once you got that, go ahead and lift off about half the deck. Put it on the table. Put your card on top. Lose it in there. And then we'll say the magic words. Moist friendship.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, it makes it so that one card invisibly comes out, turns over, and goes back in. And that should be your 5 of diamonds.
Nope.
He's washed.
Okay, well, that is actually an indicator card that indicates this is going super bad. But it also means that, I guess a magician normally would get the card there. But we're not going to just do magic. So I'll tell you what, we'll use the indicator card to count 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. And what was the card you picked?
It was the Queen of Hearts.
Okay, so a cheater might be able to get the Queen of Hearts right there, 5 cards away, but a magician would actually find the aces at the same time.
Okay. That'll work.
So, wow. That, it has a lot of moments, great impact, and it's quite a great trick to begin with. So,
and just to be clear, this one you're okay with the audience learning too?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the first tricks I really got into, and I'm happy to share it.
Being learned around the world.
Yeah. So you can get your cards out, and we'll grab the aces and the 5, or any 5 you want.
We'll do the 5 of spades here.
Fantastic. I'll grab the other aces. Where's the ace of hearts? Oh, thank you, sir. Good
That's
eye.
what I'm here for.
Eagle eye Matt. Okay, we're gonna do a face-up 5 and the 4 aces, and those go on the bottom of the deck. All right, there's our setup.
Mm-hmm.
And now you just need to not show the 5 when you spread the cards to let them choose any card they want. So you just spread like the top view. All right. They can pick out any card. Doesn't particularly matter. I like to let them cut because it just feels more fair, but you could have them put it back however you like. But now we're going to put their card on top of our setup.
The key cards.
The key cards,
yes,
precisely. Yeah. 100% uses that key card technique. The 5, you're going to get that wrong. It's all presentation, of course. And then you just count the 4. Those are the aces, and that will always be their card. Oh, their card. So, I'm sure you got it already. You want to give it a shot?
Yeah, I think I got that.
Awesome.
So it's already set up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, choose a card. Fucking big oaf.
He does not treat his assistant well.
This is how I'll treat all the people during Street Magic.
You got that?
Yeah.
All right.
Take half the deck now, you filthy animal.
I take half the deck?
Yeah.
I'll take half the deck.
All right, slap that shit on. No. Matt, you cut a deck. Mm-hmm.
First time cutting.
So now that card invisibly comes over here, turns itself over, and there's your 5 of spades.
You fucking idiot.
What are you trying to say? Is that not your 5 of spades?
Not mine.
Oh, well, that's because real magic counts 5 times. I forgot the
script. Oh yeah, we'll work on the
Holy
script.
shit, that's my card.
Yeah, and you know what else? I also got all the aces. Woo, bastard.
Incredible.
First
I think
try.
you could go far in this.
So
You would be really upset about getting that wrong.
I would be very mad.
Like,
just
beside
fucking
yourself.
freaking out like, what the fuck?
Not again!
Shit! Stupid!
Castle's gonna kick me out!
Yeah, I could go ballistic.
People know about the Magic Castle, right? It's not a secret?
It's world famous, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
All right, and this trick is called Fantastic 5.
Alright. Beautiful, busty assistant
Oh,
has
hello.
brought you someone.
Oh,
Please,
well then.
step in.
I don't have any sexy attire, but I can do it.
No, that's not, I'm the sexy assistant. You're
No,
just someone
I see,
from
I
the
see, I
street.
see. Yeah.
What brings you out here?
The street.
All right, we'll pick a card.
I like to look at it.
Yes.
Ah, yes, a card.
Are you happy with that card?
I am. I'm very happy.
I noticed I don't get to see it.
Yeah, here.
Okay, cool.
Half the deck. Okay. Boom.
Now you can put it there. So that way you know
Okay,
everything's fair.
boom. There we go.
You remember your card?
I do.
What if I told you I went in here and I flipped your card like a pancake inside the deck?
I just saw you put it down, so that would be pretty incredible.
Would it be?
It would.
Well, then have your mind blown. Your 5 of spades.
That's not my card.
That's not your card, you say?
It's not.
Jeff's a fraud, then. I don't know what to tell you.
What a shame.
Well, what if I told you that's actually the indicator card, and that means your card is actually 5 cards away. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just counted 5.
Yes.
That's the 5th card. That's your card.
That is my card.
Whoa. Yeah, but it's not real magic unless you also bring out the baddest bitches in the deck.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
My best student.
That's pretty good.
You really sold it that time.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I counted wrong initially, but we got there in the end.
Yeah. I didn't see any fancy handiwork, so that was pretty excellent.
Thank you. I'm glad you think so. You want to see
Yeah.
something kind of slick.
Oh yeah. That's pretty good.
Show him something slick.
Yeah.
Just like I taught you.
I'm ready.
Come on, boss.
Oh. Yep. It's okay. I'm just here for the street. I don't have anywhere to be.
I'm just gonna set it up normally.
Whoa!
Don't patronize him.
Yeah, that was okay. That was shit. Fucking practice.
Yeah, I need to get better at flipping it over.
So for this one, this is one of my all-time favorites. I still use it, and I learned it like early on. But I think you're gonna like go and pull any card you like. Show it to the camera. Show it to Matt. Once everyone's got it, do me a huge favor. Put that card face down in a face-up deck somewhere in the center. And then it's obvious at this point where the card is, but I'll tell you what, we're gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna turn a bunch of cards face up and face down randomly here, and that way I won't even know whether your card's face up or face down or where it is, unless, well, I mean, obviously you can see the deck's face to face, back to back, but if we use magic, we can get it. What was your magic word?
Hoopla.
Hoopla. That makes it so that all the cards fix themselves, except for one. What was that card you had again?
That was the Queen of Spades.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I like that.
So this is a classic trick called Triumph. What's great about this is in the hands, and it's great for beginners and very strong still. So the way it works, going to pull out a card, of course.
Okay.
And you put it back face down. Okay, so this is where the deception really comes in. We're gonna spread over. You might want to try this just to start getting some practice with it.
Okay, I'll just.
It's very deceptive. Yeah.
So I'll just turn over a
Perfect.
random card.
Yes. And you're gonna spread over like a chunk. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And you can flip them all face down. And then now here's the tricky part. It's not that bad, but it's tricky because you're gonna spread like. You don't want to get too close to the selected card, or that's gonna mess you up. I'll show you what happens if you do that. So. Okay. Maybe do like around like halfway to that card and flip over that whole packet. Yes, just like that. Perfect. And then you're going to spread past their card. You're going to spread a little further every time. And then once you get a little good distance past their cards, grab another chunk like that, like the whole thing. Yeah, flip it all over. We're just going to repeat that maybe 1 or 2 more times. Go a little bit further again. And then when you're on your last time, leave it a little bit like messy like this. They can see face up and face down in the same picture. Mm-hmm. But, and then you can slowly square up and they can get that picture. And once they got that, you don't want to spread too clearly because this is the real condition of the deck. They think it's all different packets, face up and face down, but really it's half face up, half face down. All right, so now you see this natural break, as we call it. We're going to want to cut there to fix it momentarily, but first we're going to show them how messed up it is. So yeah, just like that, back to back. You can cut somewhere random, show them face to back. Perfect. And then finally, that natural break, there's a couple ways you can get to it. If you can just easily cut to it, that's great. And if not, you can actually just kind of relax and it'll naturally drop like that. Yeah.
Oh, I see it right there. That natural break in there.
That could be it. Yeah, that's probably it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, great. So if you're at that natural break, now we're gonna actually just like put them together like that and fix it face up. But I like to create a little misdirection in that moment.
Okay.
So I ask them, what magic word can we use? And they say hula, hoobla. And while they, that fraction of a second where they're thinking about the magic word, you just put the other half on top, just really casual.
Okay.
And they say hoobla, right? Yeah, you spread, and now it should work.
Let's see. Did I cut to the right spot?
I think you did.
I don't think I did. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
And that's the one.
That's the one. First try. Nailed it. And if you want to make it even a little bit easier, before the trick, you can start by kind of giving it a good...
cheating it a little bit.
Yeah, that'll make it really have a really clear natural break once you get to the...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here you go, Matt.
All right, Matt, test run.
Pick one of these cards, you filthy animal.
Let me see.
Great choice, Matt.
Thank you.
I can't do it.
That was a good choice.
Woo! All right, put it back in there, face down, if you'd please.
Face down.
You tavern winch. All right.
You can see he's practicing like he's in a game.
So then, it's very easy to see what card that is. So let's make it a little more interesting, right? So let's start turning everything. Oh, I did that poorly, but let's start turning everything all face down, get it all cattywampus, so that way we know for sure this card's gonna get real lost in the sauce in here.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can see everything's all mixed and matched.
That's
all
fucked up.
Yeah, it's all kinds of fucked up. Now, what's your favorite word? Like, what word do you think holds true arcane energy?
Bazinga.
Bazinga. So we say bazinga. We hit it with a little bit of the secret sauce. And what do you know? Do you remember your card?
Yep.
That's
it. That's the one.
Oh my god.
That was fantastic, man. First try.
That was really good.
Now,
That was really good.
I like making them say bazinga.
the one touch, which is nice about this trick when the card's face down, I like to have them name the card. You say, I'm already committed, right? What was your card? And they say King of Clubs, and then you flip it over, and it's the King of Clubs. It just feels more satisfying, and if anyone forgot the card,
perfect.
now they're caught up. Yeah.
I like that. It's nice.
If you bend your thumb a little bit and get it like on that corner, like, yeah, you're going to give yourself more room, and then cock the deck all the way back to the crotch of your thumb, and then yeah, boom, look at that. And then if you get your thumb tip like even more tippy, you'll create more room. It'll like clear the meat of your base of your thumb, and you'll be able to
that one just fell.
Meat of your thumb crotch.
Wait, there's a word, but the flesh, but it'll let you clear this corner past your thumb.
Yeah, I just got to work on that a little bit.
It's looking good though. It's
feeling better already.
Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Hello.
Ryan.
Hi.
Set it down and come over
Always
here.
a pleasure. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Welcome.
Hello, my friend.
So you like magic?
I love magic. I don't know if you know, I'm like the magic guy.
No, I don't. I don't know you. We're on the street.
Oh, that's true. I see.
Fucking rapscallion here. Why don't you pick a card? Actually, here, you know what? You do it face down or face up? No, I don't remember.
Oh, we do face down to start.
Okay.
Either way, it's fine though.
Hey,
Sorry, you said what?
Pick one of those cards.
This one looks like a good card.
Yeah, I hope it is.
That is a badass card.
Well, don't forget it now.
Whew. How could I?
Is that the one you picked?
Yeah, put it face
Almost,
down somewhere in
almost.
a face-up deck.
How about there?
Well, it's very easy to see what card you picked now. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So let's make it a little interesting. Let's start mixing and matching.
Like a shuffle, if you will.
Razzle and dazzle, all kinds of wacky little cards up and down, all around. Would you agree everything's kind of mixed up here?
Yeah, I think razzled and dazzled.
See? Back to front, front to back,
Yeah.
ass to mouth, all
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Now, what kind of words do you like to, believe have power in this day and age?
Charlie.
Charlie. Well, we'll say the magic word Charlie. And what do you know? The deck seems to have fixed itself.
Wait a minute.
Except for one curious...
Wait a minute. No way.
Do you remember what your card was?
I do remember what my card was.
What was it?
It was a King of Spades. Oh, you did it! That's not real. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Did you teach him this?
No, he taught me that one actually.
That's the Charles special. I actually made you say the word Charlie, by the way.
I don't know what's happening.
Back to when you were 11.
He was there!
And I want to show you, just so you know, what can go wrong with this trick and why we want to spread past that card in the center, which you have no problems with, but just so you know what it looks like, right? So if I get really close to the card, basically it'll create two natural breaks, and one of them is, well, let's go to the wrong one on purpose. So if I accidentally cut to, is this right? Oh, right here. Okay, if I cut to their card and then fix it, you're going to end up with a packet face down. And yeah, so you don't want to do that, but you have been perfect. You're probably not going to have that, but just I want you to know that can happen.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking about this is like when a golf caddy says, just don't worry about the right water on the right.
So what do you, Charlie, when you, let's say we're out on the street, you turn the deck over, you slide it out, it is fucked up. What do you, like, what's next? Like, what are you going to do next?
You look at whoever you're tricking and you go, you did it wrong.
You've got some fucking nerve stepping up here and ruining my show. I'm out here filming Freaky Mind and you're over here ruining my shtick.
Is that the name of your show, Freaky Mind?
Freaky Mind, I guess.
Tell you what, we get Matt to have a duplicate deck, right? Just the same, and then he sees what card they pick. He gets that card out and just gets it ready. If it's wrong, you just switch out the deck real fast. Yeah, your true deck.
Drop the deck over Charlie's head, he probably wouldn't even.
That's a fun trick. I like that.
It's just the Deadpool deck instead of the Hello Kitty deck.
That's the one. Butterfly.
Stir fry. Thank you.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Whoa! Now this next trick is a bit of a secret formula here, like the Krabby Patty recipe. So I can't show you how this one is done. This is going to be a undisclosed method, but it is very versatile, and I think we used it beautifully. Jeff Black had amazing ideas. He was an incredible teacher. So I'll show you when I did learn it and start to really get the hang of it. And then in the next video, you will see me use these tricks on people in Tampa and then some. It's more than just what you're going to see in this video. It actually went crazy. We spent the whole day doing street magic in Tampa. Really appreciate Jeff Black, Simon Black, and Ben coming down. It was an incredible time. And this is just the first of, I think, 4 videos we did, all very different kinds of videos, all revolving around magic. It was fucking amazing.
I don't know if you've ever seen the David Blaine specials. Have you ever seen where they make the card go through the window?
Oh yeah, that's
just talking about
that's
that.
an old school one. I remember that there was an Illusionist DVD on that one.
Yeah. Well, with this technique, and if we're on the street, if we have a window, you know, between us and the team, we can definitely set up the card wall. They're picking the card.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
I'd
you
love
can
to do
basically
that
have
one.
somebody pick a card, and then it can go anywhere, or anything can happen. It can end up in your shoe. It could be behind glass.
Wait,
it
yeah,
could
we
be
should
like
definitely
it could
do
be
this
anywhere.
one.
So
Yeah.
if
just
you
bring
already
that
have the
window.
technique you need to do fucking miracles.
Like, make me throw it up.
Okay.
We can do one. We'll do
Okay.
one, and then we'll try the other
That's
one.
so good. I love that.
We're gonna do some crazy
Have
shit.
you checked between your cock and your balls?
I don't know. You're probably editing this. I was going to give you a transition, but you don't need one. I was going to just stare into the camera and say, "You can't watch this," and then say, "Okay, you can watch it."
Oh my god, what an incredible costume.
Now look what you made me do, Drew.
Yeah, that was my magic.
What are you doing? You back again? What are you doing out here shopping for so long, huh?
Oh man, just this road's great.
All right, you want to see another trick then?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Dirty bastard, of course you do.
Yep.
How about this? You tell me when to stop.
You stop.
All right. Remember that card?
Yep, I got it.
All right. Just hold that deck. I don't
Yeah,
want to touch
sure,
it.
I'll hold it.
And I want you to think about that card real hard.
I'll think about it.
Now you know I haven't done anything that deck. You're holding it. It's in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that card is? I can
Yeah.
hear your thoughts. What are you thinking right now? What are you thinking? You thinking 8? You thinking 8?
I am.
You're thinking 8, aren't you? 8 of clubs?
Yeah.
All right, let's get a little weird, a little wacky.
Oh Jesus! That was weird.
Yeah, it hurt, right?
Yeah,
It's painful.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and fan those cards out? You might notice a little something weird about what I got in your head and did in there.
Oh no. Oh, it's in the middle.
Well, yeah, it's not just that. I did use fire after all.
Whoa! What the fuck? Oh my goodness, yeah, ouch. Ouchies. What the fuck? That was crazy. Wait. What the fuck? I thought you were gonna pull the hat off and be like, haha, but no, it was just in there.
No, you did the magic.
Wow.
I just read your mind.
How to do this one.
Welcome, sir. Well, pick a card. You pick a card, have your mind blown. Welcome to Freaky Mind. Put that puppy back in there.
Face down.
Face down in the face up deck. It's a little easy for me to see it right now, but what if I fucked it all up, make it all real fucky and shit like that?
Oh wow.
I probably won't use those those words when I get there, but you can see everything's all mixed up, right? It's all weird and wacky.
That is really weird and wacky.
Give me your favorite magic word.
Hoopla.
Hoopla! What the hell is that?
Holy shit.
We'll pick it up. Is that your card?
That is my card.
Yeah!
You need a catchphrase when you nail your trick.
I'll say, your mind got freaky.
You should be like, are you feeling moist?
Not
bad.
Are
actually.
you wet right now?
Can I do it for you too?
Yep.
Please, any card you like. Do me a favor, put that card face down in a face-up deck. Obviously I know where it is, that makes it super easy, but hey, it's my first trick in the morning. I'll tell you what, we'll make it a little bit harder by spreading a bunch of cards face up, face down, and now I don't even know whether your card's facing this way or this way. I don't know whether, you know, it's gonna be face to face or back to back or face to face. Anyway, what's your magic word if you had one?
It's gotta be freaky.
Freaky. Boom. And just like that, every single card in the deck fixes itself except for one. And what was your card?
The 10 of hearts.
That is correct.
Nice.
You're a little guilty about the flip over part.
Oh, wait, I don't
So
grab our
I break
first,
it up into multiple steps rather than just trying to be like, what's the magic word and like doing it.
Yeah.
I say, all right, we got face to face. Oh, what's the magic word? I gesture with one of the packets. What's the magic word? And they say spaghetti. And then I just bring them back and coalesce them.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah.
All right.
First one, you ready?
How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm new to this whole magic world, but I'm
Okay.
doing my best. So
Okay.
Yeah, feel free to take a seat.
All right, cool.
all right. So we'll see if I can get it. Just pick any card.
Okay.
That was free choice. Look at the card, memorize the card.
Can you show me the card as well so I can see what it is? All right, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I just put it face down in the face-up deck.
Okay.
Now it'd be pretty easy to guess which one's your card here.
Yep.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fuck it all up here. We're gonna
Okay.
get some cards going every which way. So now we can agree that everything's a little wacky, a little weird. You got face-up cards, face-down cards, and all kinds of weird positions.
Okay.
Do you have like a favorite word? Anything that like stands out to you? Think holds power, arcane energy?
Any word?
Any word.
A noun.
Yeah. Noun is the word?
Oh no. Okay, I have the word. I have the word.
All right, just say the word.
Cat.
Bop! So now the deck fixes itself, except for one little mysterious face-down card. Go ahead and pick that up. Is that your card?
Yeah.
Freaky Mind.
Weird.
All right.
Good work.
Well, that's the only one I've got right
Okay,
now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cool. That was weird.
I can't believe you walked by and said, "I love magic."
Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You said, "I love magic." I was like, she's got to be planted. Have a good day.
That was a good first run.
Yeah, that felt good. That felt
How
good.
nervous were you, 1 to 10?
Like I was like a strong 8.
I could tell when you said that's the only trick I got.
I was gonna go right into like one of my old tricks. I was like, I don't know my old tricks.
But you know, you got the other one.
Well, yeah, but I have to set up the other one a little more.
Oh shit! You need a second deck of cards.
I need the second deck. It's about to be freaky. The freaker of mine. Now they just watched me do that. That's the worst.
This is Charlie. He's our new
I
magician.
guess
Hi, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well hopefully I don't fuck it up. So I'm gonna do something very simple. You're gonna tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Right here, you happy? Alright, lock that card in.
Okay.
Show me. Thank you.
Okay.
Show me. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna put it back. You can even hold the deck. Know that there's nothing weird going on. Do something a little crazy here. See if I can make some true occult energy channel. See if I can make some true occult energy channel. There happens to be a one little card up there. Do you remember what your card was? Go ahead and try and grab that card for me.
What's on the inside?
Well, now how did that happen? go ahead and take a peek on the inside. And tell me if that was your card.
Shut up. Is it? What the fuck? What? Yeah, that's the card.
What a trick.
You just got freaked off. Danny made me say that.
That's his catchphrase.
We gotta work on the catchphrase a little bit, I think. But yeah.
Hey, that's so cool. That was actually like really good.
Thank you.
I need to know how you did it.
Well, a good magician never.
I knew you were gonna say that. My little sister says that. She told me.
You would say you actually were impressed.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
We did.
Should they not be?
I mean, that's fair.
That was like really good. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Do you feel cool?
That was so good.
You missed a little bit. That's all right.
They kind of shot off to the side with the breeze.
I
but
love the phrase you got freaked. What is it? What did you say?
You got freaked out.
You got freaked off.
That was so good, Charles.
Yeah. That went well. Great reaction. Hell yeah.
How did
that feel? Hell yeah.
I felt good.
Good.
I wish I didn't hit him with the catchphrase at the end, but the rest was awesome.
That was the best part.
No, you got freaked off.
Oh my God.
It wasn't on camera, but we know the trick. It's crazy how oblivious the subject is.
Oh yeah.
In that situation.
When the specimen, we like to call them. It's a little more clinical that way.
Yeah. The lab rat. When you guys were...
This is a big one.
Yeah, it's about to get freaky. From reader to freaker.
There we go.
Come take a seat. Take a seat.
Alright.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. You guys from the area?
No.
We used to live here, but we don't anymore.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we're just walking around doing some little magic shows. I'm pretty new to it, but it's fun walking around here. And this is a cool little booth here. It's all a bunch of like children's books, so it reminded me of my past. And it's, I don't know, it's cool. And this is a trick I made when I was a kid. So if you want, just tell me when to stop. If you want, just tell me when to stop.
One of us? Or?
Yeah, either one of you guys.
Okay.
Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Stop. So just lock that card in. Lock that card in. I'm not doing anything funky with it. You can hold it. You can do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to touch it. Nothing.
Okay.
Okay? You still remember what your card is?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you know it.
I know.
You know it? All right. So I'm just going to leave it right there. And I mentioned the children's books before. Growing up, do you recognize any of these books from your childhood? Maybe.
You have Goodnight Moon.
Goodnight Moon. Why don't
Curious George, I recognize.
Well, why don't you grab the Curious George book then?
All right.
And then let's see if I can't make your card jump into the Curious George book. Hold it out for me.
Like this?
Just like that. Oh yeah, I think I saw it jump in there. Why don't you go ahead and give it a flip and see if your card's in there somehow.
Hey!
Wow.
It is. That's really impressive.
And you could have chose any book at all. And you chose Curious George. I had no way of knowing you'd be a Curious George.
That's impressive.
Very impressive.
Thank you so
Did you see
much.
it jump in there? I
No.
did. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you participating.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Fun card game. It's kind of a reaction time thing. Can you hold out your hands? And then, you know what, we'll just do this a little bit higher. Yeah. And then I'm gonna drop cards into your hands. You just say stop wherever you like.
Stop.
Okay, can you see that card?
Yep.
Okay. So think of your card, keep your hands together because I'm gonna start dealing cards in your hand, but first, just think of your card. Okay. I think I'm close. I'm not sure which one it is, but I think one of these top cards is your card. So for example, this is how the game works. We'll just pretend this is your card. I don't think this is your card, is it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so if it was, I would be dealing them in your hand, and if that's your card, you would just close your hand. You would close your hand, yeah, super fast, and then I would try to grab it if I see you doing that. So whoever gets the card first would win.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we'll just do the next one. I don't think that was it, obviously, but the next one, maybe it's the 8. I think it's one of these. Okay, it wasn't that one. Cool, cool, cool. You remember it, right? Okay.
Yep.
Maybe the ace? Really? Not? Okay. Oh, okay. It was that one?
That was the card.
Oh, fuck. Well, that was close. I almost didn't get it. But managed to get in there at the last second and pull it out.
Oh,
if you look, you'll see it's not in there.
I hate it.
In fact, I had so much time, Matt, that I actually folded it up and put it underneath your watch.
That's crazy.
Holy actual fucking shit.
I hate the past 3 days. That's crazy.
And then if you flip to page 4 of Curious George.
It's my watch.
Freak Zone. You're familiar with the deck of cards, right?
Yep.
You know all the cards in the deck?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we're going to do a little something wacky here, maybe something you haven't seen.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me when to stop?
Stop.
Right here?
Yeah.
Lock it in. You got it?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Now you can hold the deck. I'm not doing anything weird, right? You got the deck. Now, check this out. With a magic motion, one card turns face up. Go ahead and pick that bad boy up. It's also the only card with a red back in the deck.
I had no idea.
Well, it also just happens to be the only card that exists in the deck in the first place.
Oh, now I'm confused. Can I touch it?
Touch it. I mean, there's just no real cards.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. You just got freaked off.
Hi, I'm Jeff. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Pleasure,
to meet you.
Shane. So, how do you know everybody here?
I work with them, basically. Yeah.
Great. How's that?
It's good. It's great. Yeah.
It went from good to great real fast.
Yeah. That did, yeah.
Sugar packet here.
Okay.
And
so
then,
sugar.
yeah, can you open that up for me?
Just rip it?
Yeah, if you want.
In a certain way, or?
However you want, yeah.
Okay.
That's perfect. And then I'll take the...
Okay.
All right, if you don't mind.
You're making a little bit of a mess there.
Look at that back to you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I am making a mess,
I'm the
right?
garbage can now.
Yeah.
All right. Whoa!
Check that out. Yeah.
Hey,
Isn't that cool?
Is this edible, or is this tainted?
It's 10 milligrams, yeah.
Oh.
It takes about an hour to kick in.
Okay.
Can you actually...
Perfect. They call in a minute. It's great.
Yeah. If you could do me a favor, could you actually open that up for me, though?
Oh, okay.
And hand that to me? I could use one. I don't know if you could tell. Oh, okay. Watch carefully.
Okay.
This is how a magician eats a mint. Hi there. Oh my gosh. All right, Shane, get out of the shot, dude. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff. Nice to meet you. Here, please come a little closer. Get in the shot. Okay, great. I'm gonna show you how a magician eats a mint.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
Wait, what? Wait,
Great question. I know what some of you might be thinking, that this is extremely impressive, but for my non-believers...
Just a little weird, that's what I was thinking.
A little bit, yeah.
What?
For my non-believers.
What's happening?
Here's the best part, though.
Are we joking right now? We're kidding.
Magnet. You want one?
Can I do that?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, actually?
How's your tolerance? You want the sugar packet or the...
All right, the one of these.
Okay.
Yeah. These are the 10 milligram ones. Right?
Yeah.
Nice.
For the big boys.
Yeah.
No, think happy thoughts, my friend.
Awesome. Oh, but this one isn't gonna float, right?
Oh, if you think sad thoughts, it won't.
Oh, that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
Nothing fake about that.
Yeah,
incredible.
good
How does he do it? Oh, thank you. Well, we got such a nice group here. They only got to see one, maybe one more, but it'll be kind of downhill. You saw the best one to start.
Okay.
So I brought a deck of cards here. They happen to be all blank. They have backs, just not the faces. And I want someone to think of any cards.
Okay.
You do? Okay, what's your name?
Maya.
Maya.
It's her birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Maya. Thanks for spending it with us. Oh my gosh. I'm going to reach into Maya's mind. I'm going to try to pull out the card she's thinking of. Now, most people go for Ace of Spades or Queen of Hearts, but Maya is a little different from the average person. So I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to put that right here. It could be wrong, it could be right, but for the first time, would you say it out loud for everyone?
Right now, just say it.
Yeah, I'm committed.
Oh. Queen
of Hearts. I know. Yeah, they always go for the Queen of Hearts. Do you want to change your mind? By the way, I'm already committed. You don't. It's up to you.
Should I change my mind?
I called it out right before you. I could be a mile away. You know.
I'll change it.
Okay. What would you like to do instead?
6
7.
of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
The 6 of diamonds. Are you the final answer? Okay. All right. That's literally the exact card I just put in my pocket. Do you have any idea? No, you don't think so? It really is the blank 6 of diamonds. And if they were printed, that would have been it. I'm just working with what I have, of course. But if we say the magic word or magic phrase, everyone could say the magic phrase. It would be Happy Birthday, Maya, right?
Yeah.
Right? On the count of 3. Yeah. 1, 2. Can everyone see the cards here?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do this with one hand. And 3. Happy birthday, Maya. And that transforms into the wrong card. But that was only one hand in Maya, right?
Okay, yeah.
Imagine what we could do with 2 hands. So we'll try that. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Maya. And that prints, yes, the 5. And not just that one, it actually prints every single card in the deck.
I thought we wanted to...
Oh yeah, and not just the cards in my hands. We actually print a card I wasn't even touching, Maya.
What?
The one you just thought of. The 6 of hearts, right?
6 of hearts? Yeah. 6 of no. Diamonds. Diamonds.
Oh, diamonds. Good. Maya, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're fantastic.
What's the channel called? Yeah, what is the channel called?
Are you gonna? What's your channel?
Oh, all right. Follow me at Jeff Black Magic.
W Jeff Black Magic.
And then don't tell the cops, but enjoy. Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Absolutely. We got the smartest human being in America here. We got Natalie. She works with us at Cheeky. She's our chemist. She's awesome. And now we've got the best card magic man the world's ever seen.
And I appreciate you, man.
And Simon Black.
What's up,
right
guys?
there,
Simon Black here.
Hi,
Natalie,
it's nice to meet
How you
you.
doing? Natalie, do you know all the different playing cards in the deck of cards?
I would like to think so.
Okay. Do you have a favorite one, like one that you really like more than the others? Or is there just a random one that pops in your head?
Ace of Spades, because I've seen it in movies a lot.
That's fair. Can you name me a number between 1 and 10? It's up to you.
3.
3? Do you want to change or you like 3?
I like 3.
Okay, I'll do my best. This might not work, but I'll try. Okay. Look.
That's his catchphrase.
Look, all I do, I just cut the card. Well, maybe if I cut, then you think I'm doing something right. Can you cut the cards?
Sure, that just means do this, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay.
So, and you can see these are just bicycle cards. I didn't make you cut there, right? I also didn't make you say what card? Ace of
Spades.
Okay. From exactly where you cut, can you count 3 cards for me? Look, 1. You can turn them over.
Oh, 1,
1, 2, and exactly 3 cards down. The ace of. Turn it over.
Turn it over.
Yeah,
fancy!
Look, all of these cards really are different. You could have said any one. Right?
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Really, they are actually. Like every single one. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Wow.
Natalie, here I'll try this for you. Okay. I didn't like I said that was a free choice, right? I will find your card. I was showing this earlier. I just remembered it. I'll try this. Can you I'll drop the cards like this. You just put the ace of spades in wherever you want. Right. Okay, beautiful. I didn't make you put it there either, right? That was your choice.
No, of my own free will, and I've never met you 5 seconds ago.
Natalie, you can see there's no cards sticking out or anything. They're really just a square deck of cards, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Natalie, I will not find your card with sleight of hand. I will find it with sleight of finger.
Okay, cool.
Touch my finger like this, like E.T. phone home.
Yeah.
Watch.
Oh, that's so cool! Wow. Fancy.
That's weird, right?
Yeah.
There's not like there's not like strings or whatever holding the cards together. You can see. It's kind of crazy, no?
Yeah.
I'll try this, Natalie. Because you were so cool, I won't just find, because you said you like the ace of spades. I won't just find the ace of spades. I'll find the ace of clubs, hearts, and diamonds. All of the aces.
Okay.
And I'll do it with one hand. Look, that's
Okay.
1. That's 2. That's 3. That's actually all 4 aces, but with this hand. Look.
Wow!
Like all of the aces.
Woo! Oh my gosh, that's so cool!
Thank you. You told me she was going to be a skeptic, guys. This is easy. This is
We
easy.
just said she's smarter than all of us.
Allegedly.
My bad.
Allegedly.
Here, I'll mix these up a little bit, and then Natalie, can you take 2 fingers and put like this, and make like a little guy right there? Yeah, and walk along the cards. You're doing awesome. And at some point you could stop. You could even go back if you want. It's up to you. Which one is it? This one?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe if you go 1 or 2 more, you get like an ace. Maybe if you go a couple back, you get like a 4. But you're happy with this one?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Natalie, this trick is interesting because
no.
it's unfinished.
Okay.
It has a beginning and a middle, but it has no end.
Okay.
Because the end is the beginning.
Ooh,
but we'll get to that later.
A philosopher.
Yeah. It uses a couple cards that I don't keep in the deck for obvious reasons. They're not real cards. Like you can check these out.
They're
It's just like a piece of paper. It doesn't like change when you rub on it or anything like that, right? It's not like heat sensitive or anything. No. And you guys can see on the camera, these are just like pieces of paper, right? And your card, for example, we don't even, the 9 of diamonds, any of these cards was possible. You picked whatever you wanted, but any of these cards could have become the 9 of diamonds if they were given the chance to be printed. But they were just never given that chance, right?
I know, how
Any of
sad.
the, like this could, exactly. This could have been an ace, a queen, or even a 9 of hearts, who knows? But because you chose the 9 of diamonds, I'll try to do exactly that. Can you put your finger out, Natalie? And just put on top of the 9, and don't lift up. You're gonna want to, but try not to.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to.
I will try to give these that ending that you chose. Like if I just kind of twist this card, it'll look like a 9 of diamonds. You could have chosen any one, but I'll do this again. These guys are freaking out over there too. I'll do this one, watch. I just kind of sandwich it in the middle. And if I do this right, I just twist, and it'll also look like a 9.
Wow, fancy.
Thank you. Like I'll do these at the same time. I could just paint it on. Like,
ooh.
But also this one. Again, you could have picked any one.
Can I lift my finger?
In a sec.
Okay.
Look, because Natalie, this trick has a beginning and a middle, but it has no end. Because Natalie, the end is the beginning.
Wow.
These are blank. Wow. Even the one under your hand, it's your time.
Oh my gosh.
It's
wow,
blank.
I want to crawl.
Thank you. But Natalie, the crazy part is that this trick has no end.
Are they all blank
I never
now?
figured out how to end it. If that's what you want, your wish is my command.
Wow.
Every single card. Every single card. There are no cards in this deck.
That's
None
so
of them
sick.
even exist.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
That was so cool.
This is the ball.
Oh my god.
That's so cool.
Hey, so we came out here, we did some big freaking, and it's a big thanks to Ben, Jeff, Simon for coming out, teaching us some tricks. It was a lot of fucking fun. So thank you guys.
This was the best.
This was incredible.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course, brother.
Honestly, very cool experience.
Should we all hug now? Should we kiss? What do we do
It's
now?
a group hug in the shower tonight.
And break.
All right. Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you.
It's 5 a.m. I got a butt full of poop, but I cannot peel myself away from the computer to go take care of that business. I'm refusing nature's call, and it's not insomnia that's keeping me awake right now. We are in the middle of what I believe to be an actual big development here in the Epstein case. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about this, as well as giving instructions on how you yourself can get your hands on this latest dump of documents that wasn't supposed to go out yet, but had been accessible to people savvy enough to get their hands on it, and now it's been disseminated. And these are some documents here that I imagine they were probably going to do a little bit more to hide some names and hide certain elements of, because, hooey, boy howdy, I imagine Trump and a lot of the elites are doing this right now. Yeesh. There is some big stuff in here, and I'm not saying that sarcastically this time around. Yes, the vast majority is still like hundreds of pages of completely blacked out, redacted garbage, like it's completely useless. But some of them that they didn't get a chance to go through and just, fucking vanish to the shadow realm has eye-opening stuff that directly contradicts a narrative that the government's been running with for a while.
Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did.
Before anyone tries to cry foul questioning the authenticity of these documents here, this is the actual volume 8. They just made it accessible by pure accident because everyone that seems to be working at the highest level is actually like a thumb-sucking fucking brain-dead moron.
Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit.
That is huge information, especially when you consider clowns like Kash Patel saying that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking victims to others or anything like that, making it seem like it was a solo operation and Ghislaine Maxwell, was second fiddle and that's it. And also Maxwell, worth remembering, isn't exactly facing the harshest of punishment. Not real justice there now that she's at a summer camp prison for a little bit, petting service animals. So, I want to also make a side note. Kash Patel needs to be in jail. Like, he literally needs to be arrested. I don't know why perjury isn't something that's taken seriously anymore. There is irrefutable evidence Kash Patel has lied on record about this case. It's crazy that he just gets to do that with pure immunity. But I won't start shitting and spitting about that too hard right now. The important thing about this piece that CoffeeZilla is highlighting is that we now have information that confirms that authorities were looking into other co-conspirators in this operation. Co-conspirators that clearly they must have dropped the leads at some point. They stopped sniffing around, said not worth pursuing, but at one point they did have other co-conspirators and apparently quite a bit of information on them, as the documents seem to hint at and reveal and talk around. So, what the fuck happened, and why are they now pretending that there aren't co-conspirators when we now have hard proof that there was and that they were pursuing for however brief a time?
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says, blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim. And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
Liar, liar, plants for hire. His nose about to grow fucking 5 feet with that big old fib. This is inarguable that they are redacting names of people that aren't victims here. As CoffeeZilla points out, these are co-conspirators. The evidence is overwhelming. There's no wiggle room here, no way to weasel out some kind of explanation for why these would be justifiably censored and blacked out and redacted. These are clearly not victims. This is about the co-conspirators. So there should be no exceptions made. Their names should be revealed here in these documents, but they're not. It's been redacted. Why? Who are they covering up for? And why? This is illegal. You cannot do that. And this is inarguably them redacting names of people that are not victims. It's craziness, and it's so blatant, it's right in your face. Like, the proof is in the pudding, and yet I know people are going to deny it still. It's fucking unhinged. There is no world where you can spin a narrative here where these redactions in these places make sense, because there's no way that what they're talking about right there can possibly be minors or victims. These are co-conspirators that are being protected. That's fucking insanity.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner.
Even though most of the names are redacted, it's not all of them. So Wexner's name appears here, as well as Brunel, but as CoffeeZilla mentioned, he's dead. He's already burning in hell right now. But Wexner, this was someone that they grand jury subpoenaed, seemingly, and I don't think I've heard a peep about any kind of consequences or justice being served over there, or any kind of like pursuit on analyzing his connections here to all of this, even though he is here in one of the emails here about being a co-conspirator. What happened there? The well ran dry or something? Like, it turns out he was completely innocent? That seems kind of hard to believe. That'd be a surprising, shocking twist, more so than a fucking Darman video. I don't know about that. That seems a little fishy. And again, why are other names here blacked out? Why are co-conspirators being protected? Why aren't their identities being revealed? Food for thought.
And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute. Right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. It's insane.
It is insane because their position has been like, oh, there was nothing actionable in there. So, stop asking us. Just pipe down. We're busy covering shit up. Stop asking questions has basically been the philosophy. Our hands are tied. There was nothing. It's all a hoax. Actually, no, the files are on Pam Bondi's desk. No, the files don't exist. It's all a hoax. Wait, actually, here's a ton of fucking files. Nothing's actionable, though. And according to Kash Patel, it was just Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody else. Why? It doesn't go deeper than that. That's it. Case closed. It's a fucking mess. It's a complete circus. And now that we have this kind of information out there, it's even more sickening to know that they are just blatantly protecting these pedophiles, these evil, evil people that engaged in unthinkably heinous actions. They are still getting away with it. And they know, and have known since 2019 apparently, that there are others out there, still at large, and are just not doing anything about it, and would instead rather lie saying, oh, there's nothing actionable or anything. Yeah, there was really nothing in there at all. In fact, it was all make-believe. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was never real in the first place. Jeffrey Epstein was the friends made along the way. What are you guys talking about? It's so absurd. It is downright diabolical. The corruption is so blatant, it is right in your face. And even when we are getting drip-fed the tiniest tiddlywinks of information about this case that have been heavily redacted, mind you, we are still seeing just how depraved this is. There is so much evidence that they can't even sweep it all under the rug. We are still finding just how bad this is. Now just imagine what they're keeping from you and covering up, and what they've already probably burned and fucking snapped out of existence. And imagine if they actually did follow the rules here and only redact victim information. Just imagine how many people we could point to as blatantly corrupt and needing to be thrown in jail. For the last 6 years, having this kind of information and not acting on it, and to this day, having so many people in the highest levels of government denying its existence and trying to pretend that it's all fucking phony baloney, make-believe, dirty barnacles, horseradish, it's a hoax, it's not real, that kind of thing. Can you imagine if this information did actually properly release with only victims' information redacted?
Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others. And I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not.
Yeah, that investigation hit a brick wall. That investigation went off the tracks and fell into a fucking nitroglycerin facility and just blew up, because that shit has not been pursued clearly. As CoffeeZilla mentions, this idea of there being more than just Epstein and Maxwell, the highest level of authority has been saying, you're crazy if you believe that, you are falling for, nonsense fairy tale garbage. But even the FBI years ago was saying the same things internally here, and even agreeing that it couldn't have been done alone. They were even moving to call other people associated with this co-conspirators. Information redacted on those names there. But they knew certain individuals to target for this that they were going to be looking into with the investigation, and assuring them that the investigation is moving forward on these co-conspirators, and then it doesn't. Why did it magically stop? What happened? What changed? And why, if all of this information is still at the government's fingertips, do they continue to lie and pretend as though it doesn't exist and that there's nothing here at all that the public didn't already know? They've already given out justice by sending Maxwell to a summer camp. That's all they can do. That's the only power they can muster here.
What's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
What an interesting perspective. That is a fascinating thing for him to harp on so much about, like, well, we got to think about all the innocent people that met with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, that's what we should be focusing on, and how damaging and how traumatizing this must be for them, those innocent people that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, all the lawyers and bankers and all of them. Heart breaks for them. Bill Clinton, I can't believe he got wrapped up in this. Love that guy. This is a crazy set of circumstances. He's a big boy, though. Side note, Bill Clinton apparently just put out a statement this afternoon saying release the entirety of the files. So Bill Clinton's like, just do it, pussy. That was a crazy plot twist I certainly didn't expect, because I can't imagine a world where Bill Clinton isn't also wrapped up in this shit. I think that guy is beyond guilty. I bet he had a whole fucking lodge named after him on Epstein's Island. Like, I find it hard to believe that somehow he'd walk out of this squeaky clean. Sounds like mutually assured destruction here, and Bill Clinton's just throwing his meat on the table, challenging him to do so, and I guess we'll see how it all shakes out from there. The thing is, that CoffeeZilla is pointing out, Trump's focus is more about, like, there's innocent people here, we have to keep in mind, think of the innocent multi-millionaire and billionaires that didn't know Jeffrey Epstein for all the bad stuff, they just knew him for cracking jokes and stuff, and, you know, just being a guy, just being one of the dudes. Like, why is that what you're focusing on? Why wouldn't you instead be focusing on trying to catch all of the people that have just completely been swept under the rug? Why would that not be the focus? Why instead would you be pretending none of this is real, it's all a hoax? That's very peculiar. I think that's pretty concerning. And when you do have an opportunity to release the files, why are they so heavily redacted with hundreds and hundreds of pages completely blacked out? That looks very guilty. That looks like a really big admission of guilt.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, and part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators, uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here.
Once again, just further evidence that they are indeed scrubbing the name of co-conspirators. These are not victims or minors that they are taking the names out of here. Thus, they are breaking the rules of how this is supposed to go. It is blatant, this cover-up. There is no world where that is somehow a victim there, yet their name has been redacted. Why? Why are they hiding the co-conspirators' identities? It's fucking outrageous. And people should be very mad about this. But I have no doubt, again, it's 5 a.m. right now, so I haven't seen like the full response to all of this now being out there, but I know there's going to be people that are butt-chugging the Kool-Aid to such an unbelievable degree that the delusion has fully taken hold that they're going to go through these mental gymnastics to explain why, actually, there's nothing fishy going on here. This is totally normal. They did everything by the book, and you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Clearly the most transparent administration in American history at work here, obviously. Which just, again, you have so much evidence to prove that this is not by the book here. This is indeed a co-conspirator's name and many other examples of co-conspirators' names being redacted. Not victims, not minors. Unless they're trying to say that these names here are victims, these people that are potentially co-conspirators of Epstein, they're also victims. And in that case, you need to be institutionalized ASAP if that's what you think. That is a fucking crazy take. But I guess it's not the most outrageous thing to picture someone believing when you have someone like Trump who continues to just drive that point home, where it seems like he's not even really focused on the actual victims of Epstein and all of his clients. He's instead more focused on like, oh, the innocent guys, we used to, just go watch the ball game together with Jeffrey Epstein. They had no idea, and my heart breaks for them. Oh, Bill Clinton playing a song on my world's smallest violin. Like, he's just constantly bringing up, like, oh, so many innocent people. They're getting wrapped up in all this Epstein hoopla. I can't believe we're still talking about it. You're a bad person if you're talking about it, which is something he did say, by the way, not too long ago. I highly recommend you go check out the rest of CoffeeZilla's video. He also gives you the tutorial on how you can get your hands on these files as well to check them all for yourself. Now, after combing through them, there were some other big eyebrow-raising moments. One of them, CoffeeZilla also tweeted out. This is from a U.S. attorney who wrote in 2020, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. And then it concludes with, on 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers respectively were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. I noticed Trump's name in quite a few documents in this most recent volume. This has been one that is obviously pretty interesting because it's talking about his frequent flyer miles that he was accumulating with old Epstein Airlines, about how he had flown on the airlines far more than they had thought at the time. Now, whether that's before or after all the flight logs, which does show Trump flying on the planes quite a bit, I don't know. Maybe there's more that weren't on the flight logs. I'm not sure. Again, all of this is still brand new. And I guess as more gets combed through, we'll get more and more information. But like I said, I have been glued to this for hours now. And I really just wanted to yap about it because there is some crazy shit in here. This is finally, for the first time in a long time, big new information in regards to this case and people involved in it, and exposing a blatant cover-up of very important information from these files. Now, it's very late in the evening, and all of this is still very fresh. I have no doubt there will be a lot more that comes from this, so I'm just going to try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. I already have no doubt there will be a large number of people that'll plug their ears to it and downplay the significance. I already saw a crazy tweet from some psychopath named Mila. I have no idea who this troglodyte is, but they are now already singing a different tune about why does anyone care about the Epstein files, which is something that was previously tried. Now, in the wake of all of this, it's being dusted off to try again. I truly hope there won't come a time where people start to say that this isn't a big deal, that this isn't something people should care about. This is a massive deal, and everyone should care about this because it implicates the people that control your life. The people in the highest level of power in this country that are actively making decisions on your life and how everything unfolds in this country. And if the people that are in these positions are these evil pedophiles that have been getting away with these crimes, then there's a huge problem there. They need to be held accountable and face justice. You shouldn't want to be ruled and controlled by people that were Epstein clients. Like, I don't know how insane people have become recently, where now they are with a straight face trying to say that Epstein isn't something you should care about. Get over it. That blows my mind. Mila Joy, I suppose, gets her joy from the suffering of children and does so with a big smile on her face. She doesn't care that children were being trafficked and raped by potentially the most powerful people in this country. She doesn't care. She doesn't want them unmasked or thrown in jail. She couldn't care less about that. That's pretty fucking unhinged, Mila. All I can do is cross my fingers and hope and pray that there's not a ton of people with a poisoned, smooth brain like she has. I am hoping there's sensible people out there that are seeing all of this unfold in real time and finally having that come to Jesus moment, that eureka moment of, wow, there's something very, very bad afoot here. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it for now. I guess we'll see what else comes from Volume 8 here of the Epstein Files. Huge hats off to everyone that played a role in helping preserve that initial dump of these files, because I have a sneaking suspicion when these are officially released, when they pop up again, They might not be in the same state. I'm thinking there might be further redactions to them. It's just a hunch. I guess we'll see. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Yesterday I learned about a wild Italian heist attempt where a group of armed men, armed to the gills, mind you, one guy had a bomb suit. He looked like the Juggernaut out of Modern Warfare 2. Were able to stop an armored vehicle carrying a bunch of money, and chaos erupted. There was a firefight. Miraculously, nobody was hurt in it somehow, but I can tell you, their plan went tits up real quick after they blew up the truck. It's something you have to see to believe. Now, right before I was talking about this Italian heist, learning about it, I was learning about how a dinosaur convention called DinoCon had recently just banned a ton of people that were named in the Epstein files from attending. So you're going to see a pretty interesting headline even before the Italian heist here. I'll go ahead and show you some clips of that after the heist, because that too is also fascinating. But I think the heist is probably what you're going to be most impressed by. You see the heist in Italy today in traffic with fake police cars? GTA shit. Fake police cars. Oh, I didn't see this. Armed robbery in Italy attempted to pull off insane daytime heist on an armored vehicle on the middle of in the middle of a highway. Oh my god! Yeah, I don't think I can pull this up on stream. I don't know if anyone got hurt in this, but they just blew up the fucking car. What did they do? Fucking slap C4 on it? What was that? That also didn't even really look like an armored truck. Looked like just a normal van. 8 gunmen were posing as police with flashing lights. They blocked the road by setting vehicles on fire. They then used explosives to breach the van and exchanged fire with Italian police. Somehow the craziest part is that no one was injured and 2 of the bad guys got arrested on the spot. Okay, then I guess I can pull it up if no one was injured. Look at this shit. It actually does look straight out of a movie.
Stanno rubando il furgone, guarda. Guarda, 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 guarda. Guarda. Hanno rubato il furgone. Guarda. Guarda.
God damn.
Santo. Hanno fatto scoppiare in diretta. Guardali, 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 guardali. Guardali, guardali.
Using a soccer mom's minivan to transport the money, I see. That's what I said. That does not really even look like an armored truck. It actually just, it looks like a normal delivery truck. Are they sure they got the right van? They ended up just stealing my shoes. That's it, just a bunch of Skechers in there. So reading about this, they weren't even like a super coordinated trained team that did this. It was just some guys. Just actually some guys. Did they get anything out of this? Well, despite blowing up the vehicle, they were unable to access the cash, according to multiple reports. That's when the firefight erupted with patrol officers. No way. Italian media reported that other drivers caught up in the ambush were also robbed as the gang made their escape. What? So they blew up this fucking truck, got nothing, and then on their way out, they just started robbing other people that just were unlucky to be in the area? They escaped by stealing cars from passing motorists to break through police roadblocks. So they escaped with no cash, and a couple of them stole vehicles. 2 of them were arrested. 2 more are at large. What a crazy plan. The guy who blew up the truck had a full-on bomb suit he stole from the police bomb unit. That's why he survived the explosion. What do you mean that's why he survived the explosion? What did he do? Just fucking have a stick of dynamite in his hand and just let it blow up on the truck with him standing there? I made the assumption that they, set some kind of explosive and walked away. Why would he just carry the explosive with the bomb suit on? What a fucking maniac. Gave him plus 100 defense. I mean, it worked. It's just... Wait, now I'm so, like... Watching this initially, I made the assumption that this had to be like a highly coordinated plan or something. Because, I mean, just look at this.
Guarda, 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 guarda.
But now, after you told me that, I can actually see the guy running behind the van as it's blowing up. Did they not tell him they already set the explosives? Dedicated tank. Yeah, I guess, man. No one screamed danger close. Just bad comms, I guess. Yeah, L comms. They didn't get the money because of protective foam mechanism foiled by foam. Oh yeah, I read that. The reason they couldn't access the money was apparently some foam system they had in the vehicle. Which, I mean, turns out foam's very effective. How much was in the truck? According to the first article I read, a lot. They didn't specify how much, but it made a explicit mention that it is a lot that these trucks carry. Which surprises me, because that does not seem to be a overly fortified truck. But it shows what I know, because this soccer mom van was able to thwart not only an explosion, but everything else that followed, so... I still can't get over this. Now that I know that this guy stole a bomb suit only to run into the bomb for fun is crazy to me. He has to be deaf, right? Now, I don't know a whole lot about bomb suits, but he's gotta be deaf. They had to blow his goddamn eardrums out, right? Wily coyote ass strat. Yeah, I have no idea what his thought process was there. Why steal the suit if you're not gonna use it? That's a good point. That's a good point. They went through the effort of stealing the bomb suit, god damn it, they're going to get some usage out of it. Put it through its paces. Dinosaur Convention bans all paleontologists named in Epstein files out of safety of our attendees. Wait, what? We find it deplorable that some established paleontological organizations are not taking firm action, DinoCon's statement reads. What? Oh my god, don't you fucking dare. One of these dog shit journalist sites that force you to pay just to read the rest of the article, you make me sick. DinoCon, a UK-based paleontology convention, issued a statement regarding the scientists, authors, and researchers named in the Epstein files, noting those associated with the late sex offender were officially banned from the annual event. How many paleontologists were named in the Epstein files? I must have missed that. While the convention statement did not name the individuals, the Monday announcement made it clear DinoCon would not tolerate their presence at the July event. We at DinoCon take the safety of our attendees, speakers, and staff very seriously. As a result of the release of half the Epstein files, it has come to light that a select number of scientists, authors, and researchers relevant to the field of paleontology allegedly engaged in correspondence with members of the Epstein organization after the convictions of Jeffrey Epstein. We want to state that all respective individuals are banned from our events. I mean, that's it. Hey, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Had no idea there was paleontologists named in the Epstein files. Additionally, we find it deplorable that some established paleontological organizations are not taking firm action to protect their members in light of these allegations. As such, executive committee members from organizations that are not issuing public bans to these individuals are also banned from our events. We do not tolerate those who allow this behavior to go unchallenged within our community. Wow. Actually doing more than like half of everything else out there. You have to remember that Stephen Hawking was a regular. Epstein saw himself as an intellectual trying to unite the smartest people in the world. That's a really good point. I guess maybe I just don't know a ton of paleontologists. So it was not easy to recognize them. But that is a good point, yeah. I just looked it up. Apparently one of the biggest names is Jack Horner, a famous paleontologist who even worked on Jurassic Park. So it would seem. Scientist Jack Horner linked to Jeffrey Epstein in newly released DOJ files. Since the day I was born, it was clear to everyone, my parents, the doctors, that I was born to be a gamer. I have an entire channel dedicated to non-stop gaming, Moist Critical Gaming, best gaming channel on YouTube. And I started to ponder recently, is there a way to elevate this experience of gaming? Something we all take for granted. And got me thinking, because realism is something that's very important to a lot of games, but games are somewhat limited in what they can make you feel, right? Because they're a game on the screen. Yeah, they can kind of scare you with jump scares, but you'll never get like that terror of feeling like you're actually in danger. You know, it's not Ready Player One where if you come in the game, you come in real life. And it got me thinking and stinking, is there a way to set something up that can get that kind of experience where, like, playing Counter-Strike, you can, you know, feel the recoil. You can feel when you get shot within reason, not actually like, you know, you get shot in the game and you get shot in real life. Not to that extreme. And I had remembered a while ago, I'd actually seen a couple of people experiment with something like that. Most notably, the guy who created the recoil machine. This was a viral video a while back. I can't find the original anymore, but he set up a recoil machine where you would obviously feel it, and it's fucking amazing to look at. And he's not the only one that set things up like this. I remember someone did something similar with a desk where, like, if a grenade blows up, the desk pops, that kind of thing. So I thought, why not combine all of these ideas, creating the next evolution of realistic gaming experiences for a first-person shooter? So we started kicking around the idea with a friend of ours who's an engineer, who thought he could make it happen, so he did. And I think the results are pretty great.
Alright, here it comes. See, that's how games are supposed to feel. Oh wait, I'm on SSG now.
Yeah, you're getting big shots. Oh my god.
Yep, I got that too, by the way. Alright, give me the auto again. So this is one of many features. So instead of having like the recoil machine that's blasting your shoulder and destroying the setup, I wanted something that was somewhat functional. So having recoil on the sniper in particular, it was set up with a hydraulic blaster that when you fire an op or SSG or the auto, God forbid the auto, you go on a whole roller coaster there. That turns this shit into a Sibian sex machine. It would then blast your chair. So you'd feel the recoil, basically. Another thing was flashbangs. Flashbangs we had a massive light set up, so the flashbangs would blind you IRL, so you'd really be mindful of trying to avoid flashes in game. He also set up a hydraulic system for damage. So if you took a lot of damage, you're gonna know because the desk fucking explodes like it just got hit with dynamite. Like Wile E. Coyote got the plunger out and just exploded the desk. Alright, bus driver, remove that bus.
Cowabunga. I knew that would be it.
Imagine you're watching Long from B and you just hear tink, 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 tink. And then this.
And then you hear your teammate explode IRL.
You hear somebody just scream.
Oh, it did fuck up the bottom.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. Big old hole.
So cracked the corner too.
Yeah.
There's also the tack vest. I don't actually know what this is called. This is just a piece of equipment that already exists that he found and decided to slap it on to see what that feels like. So it's like something for your wrists and your chest. So when you're shot in the game, it'll like vibrate or somewhat like indicate through pressure where you got shot. It's a nifty little thing, but it's more of a novelty than like an actual realism thing. But the hydraulic systems to the chair and the desk were fucking extraordinary. It really amplified the stakes, and the flashbangs were legitimately debilitating. So, naturally, after making sure everything worked, we took it into ranked.
It's been a while. I'm home.
Oh, there goes my Dust 2 rank.
Does SSG make it go off as well? This is just going to be a dead round. This is just me on haptic feedback playing Counter-Strike. Oh my god.
Oh, we forgot to put pyrotechnics in.
Heated seat. You know, the chair lights on fire when you're in a volley. Heated seat would actually go ballistic.
Oh, is that like that new show, Meet Your Driveway?
Oh! If he peaks, man, I tell you.
You're racking up money for that op.
Mm-hmm. Good to shoot.
Yeah, but you're shooting at shit.
Oh! My team just called me out, by the way.
What did they say?
He said, move up, bomb. I had bomb. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, yep, I do it to him like that.
He's just winning the game.
Yeah, I just do it to him like that.
That's crazy.
It's no big deal though, I mean, it's no big deal.
Alright, so what are you thinking? Well, you didn't die, you don't have to pump it up.
No, not yet, I don't. That table bounce almost got me killed though, I'll tell you what.
Oh! Flash out! Those are actually so bright.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, I got
what a shot!
Big shots.
I'll go in the hole.
Because he's immersed.
Yeah, it's the immersion, baby. Yeah,
better.
Matt, you might just start climbing today. I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna tell you something you don't want to hear, but I'm kind of doing it to him.
Is this enhancing your immersion? You feel like you're in the game?
I do.
Like you're locking in more?
Yeah, it's like I'm at the optimal distance, 10 feet away from the screen. I got my haptic feedback in my hydraulic chair.
Charlie can just see a pixel move a little bit and he shoots. He can't even make out the full screen.
Oh my god.
We got tangos.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
You almost killed it, man.
I almost did.
Oh, he's pushing.
Oh, okay.
Now he's gotta go up somewhere.
Oh, he died. We gotta go up 5% on each.
Alright, crank me up.
Yo, can you grab Bob? Come along with us.
If this guy gives me another order, I swear to God, what a douchebag.
Actually, the nicest person I've ever heard in Canada.
Legitimately, this guy's
hasn't ripped a single slur at you.
No! Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
The tape held!
I think it pushed the monitor down. Like,
yeah, it did. Definitely did.
Oh, that timing is so sad.
Oh, you're just lucky he didn't hit you with a sniper.
Yeah, I got lucky that the Molotov cooked me a bit first.
You want to go?
Yeah, you can crank me up. I got it
crank
again.
up 10 more percent?
Yeah, give me 10 more. Give me 10 more. I'm ready. That's fucking eagle work though.
Playing in an AMC IMAX theater there.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at eagle peeping now. Holy shit, that was terrible.
You ever played during the case opening frenzy a couple months ago?
Nah, I didn't actually play.
Just open gate.
Oh, what a shot. Oh boy. Yeah, that was, I mean, once that desk jumped, I no longer had my aim on. It's weird how that works.
That sounds like a skill issue.
True.
You know what they say? War is hell.
I can imagine this solo on that already.
That's so close.
Oh! Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, you got lucky again.
Yeah, I got lucky that he chipped me first. Well, I actually hit myself with a grenade first. Alright, we can crank the power up again.
Alright.
Alright, much better. Is he watching Cat?
Oh, you got him! Oh! He's back, baby.
I'm back. They actually thought Swope would stop me. Watch this. Imagine though. So just imagine though.
It looks so funny. How much it's flipping.
When this gets to like 100, my bucket hat's gonna fucking fly off.
Oh, a little bit of a lag spike.
Go! If only he knew how effective that flashbang really was. I'm not gonna. This ain't gonna get me airborne. See,
Oh yeah,
what's that gonna do for him?
If he flipped backwards.
There's no shot he goes backwards.
He's sumo squatting.
Yes.
Long push. Oh.
I can't wait.
Smokes B. Hard copy.
You guys sound like I'm.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I'm falling apart. Oh, I didn't even see him cross. We won that game, by the way. I certainly cooled off after the desk kept blowing up multiple times and the monitor got all cattywampus and I was 20 feet away from the table. But, you know, it's an experiment and we did end up squeaking out the W. Matt then hopped into the hot seat. Didn't go as swimmingly. I will spoil a bit for you.
It makes me jump every time.
You should ask your teammates on mic, like, do you guys have your desk type at 30% or 40%?
What's the BSI on your chairs, guys?
Alright. Anyone want to start the next game here?
Yeah, let me give it a try.
Yeah, give this one a whirl.
This is crazy. This this feels just like how I set up at home.
Mm-hmm.
With your wrist weights.
Whoops.
Now try leaning back. I can like now.
That's much scarier.
Feels good though.
It gives you a little whiplash.
You're a B-hold kind of guy.
Not normally. I just found a grenade, so. Oh, there they are. Oh, Von Winkeldorf got me. Oh, glass cannon up.
It's off time, baby. Show them what you're made of. Give them a little warm up. Yeah.
It really makes you flinch.
Yeah, they heard you buy that off. Now they're afraid.
My team has no comms.
Oh!
We ripped it off.
You gotta hit your shots, man. That won't
There was a brief moment where it was
the piston's just hanging from
it was
the table.
deciding whether. Oh, is it stuck in the table?
Yeah, I think so. Oh my god.
Oh, it's on the table. Oh shit! That gets the blood pumping. All right. Don't you shoot that.
Oh, they're voting to kick you, man.
Shoot them all. Oh.
You alright?
Okay.
No, they voted to kick my brain. How about we go into a death match or something?
Well, we have no choice now.
For all, just two. There we go.
Oh,
that sounded
that one. Yeah, that one's definitely.
That one got her.
That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's gonna get me up in the morning.
You know what we should do?
Oh my god!
Damn right I hit it. I don't miss these shots. You saw me in the ranked game.
Oh my god! I'm cooking it on.
I'm online.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you know I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
At some point, you can't even get back down. It just keeps you up. Got him.
Oh man, you're cooking. You just get used to the motion. Now your aim's fine.
I'm like getting seasick.
Alright, crank it. Yeah, I think we just let's max it out and let's see what it looks like.
Do you want me as the guinea pig when you max it out, or are you?
Yeah, you're already there. Well, I think he's gotta change what you said.
All right, here we go.
All right, get in there.
You got it.
God's a platform.
You need to scoot forward.
You can chase out the direction.
I'm in.
That's it. All right, maybe I just way too much.
Wait.
The auto's the one above it.
Oh, okay,
like a crazy ride.
All right. that looks about right. That's about right. Yeah, I hit that wall pretty good. Yes.
You should
Do you
have
want to try here?
Sure.
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
That a boy.
Oh.
He doesn't know how close he was.
He grazed him.
Alright, do you want to turn the desk back on?
Almost at him.
Oh, good shooting.
It's that easy. She's not even zoomed. Okay.
I love the stamps that we have to take to say it.
Ooh.
Oh man.
It is like a sumo squat. I'm about to do some big shikos lifting my legs. I had her squirting. Alright, do you want to get the desk going again?
Yeah, I'd say let's turn the desk on, let's crank it up a bit, and then I think we just finish off with
That will be the end of it because it's gonna blow everything off. So yeah.
Alright.
Flash yourself for a good mesh.
Yeah, I'm gonna
so you can't see the table coming.
I'm gonna do what Matt said, flash and then grenade, but I'm not gonna auto it as well because then I'm just gonna probably kill myself. Alright.
Do it.
A bit of a flash in the corner.
Watch out. Jesus. Well, the monitor's okay.
Overall, this is what engineering is all about. We asked a question and found someone far smarter than us to invent the answer. And I really like the answer. I think there's even more potential with this idea. This was just round one of the concept, and I know it's a concept that's been explored by others in different ways, also using Counter-Strike. This is just our entry into it, and I want to see maybe there's even more fleshing out to be done. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Whoa there, Buster. That's a flag on the play. 5-yard penalty. Unnecessary frowning. Let's try and fix that attitude now, shall we? There is a game that just came out a few days ago that's got everyone smiling, it seems, to the tune of over 550,000 concurrent players at its peak. Slay the Spire 2. I've pumped about 12 hours directly into the ass of this game, and I've only just now scratched the surface. It is content-rich, so much meat on the bones, and for only $22, I think it is. Let me double check. We have technology right at my fingertips. I can't remember if it's $22 or $25. And it looks like it is $25, which I think is a great deal because for the price of a single Big Arch burger from McDonald's, you can instead get well north of 12 hours worth of content. In 12 hours, I have only just now completed a run with the 5 main characters: Ironclad, Silent, Regent, Necrobinder, and Defect. So 12 hours, and I have completed one run with each of these 5 characters, so I've completed 5 total runs in 12 hours, which is fucking nothing. That's basically completing the tutorial for each of these characters. Like, I'm through the introduction on each of these characters, more or less. I'm only just now getting to my Ascensions, which, if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, Ascension is what you do after you complete your first base run, going through the 3 acts. There is so much content. So I think it's a great price point for how much content you get. And I know I've kind of already whole hog, both cheeks out, dove into like my impressions of the game thus far. It's very positive. I think the game is extraordinary. And that's probably no surprise to any of you that follow my gaming channel, which all of you should be following the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. I've got numerous videos up for Slay the Spire 2. I am loving it. So I wanted to give you my review of the game after 12 hours so far, because a lot of people are seeing the headlines about how popular this game is and how much it's been, going ballistic out there and wondering, well, is the game good? Does it live up to the hype? And I'm here to tell you that, yes, I think it does live up to the hype. I really think this is something very special. If you played the first Slay the Spire, you know exactly what you're going to be getting in Slay the Spire 2, but everything is improved. The visuals, I also really like the new characters. Regent and Necrobinder, I think, are extremely fun with very, very cool mechanics. A lot of the cards have been improved. I think they've done a great job with Slay the Spire 2 across the board. There's nothing in here I think was like fumbled or lessened. I think everything has only been heightened and has been made even better. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Slay the Spire, I'll go ahead and lay the groundwork here, the foundation here, hit you with the foreplay. It is a deck-building roguelike game, which I know in the current landscape are a dime a dozen. You can go on Steam right now and dumpster dive, finding 40 of those bitches released over the last 2 weeks. Roguelikes have become the new wave, the new hotness, and I know everything is ham-fisting roguelike mechanics into everything, but Slay the Spire is like the OG deck-building roguelike that blew up many moons ago, and the sequel, I think they carry that momentum and show why they're still like the best in the business when it comes to this genre. I really think they nail the formula, and there's just no other game I think that does it this well. I think Slay the Spire is to deck-building games what boobies are to happiness. The GOAT. Now, if you know nothing about deck-building games, deck-building roguelikes or anything, I'll just break it down to the bare bones. You will choose a character, and each character plays vastly different from one another. They have access to different cards, and they utilize different mechanics. And they also have a different starting relic, and relics are something that you collect throughout your runs to try and juice your shit in order to, gear your build the way you'd like it to go, or, all kinds of different things. There are just so many different variations. There are so many different cards and combinations and strategies. It is just endlessly replayable. You go through Act 1, 2, and 3, killing a bunch of enemies, which will give you other cards. You'll have potions that you can utilize in the middle of combat. You'll get relics, and you will always be changing your build around. No runs ever really play the same, even if you try and do like the same thing. For example, if you're playing Necrobinder and you want to laser focus on Doom, you will never have like the same Doom run every single time because the relics will always change. The cards you get will always change. The enemies you encounter will change. It's just so fucking fun. There is just endless depth to this game, and I can easily see this being like hundreds of hours to like really min-max everything and just fully fucking complete everything this game has to offer. In Slay Spire 1, A20, Ascension 20 was like the max challenge there. I'm not deep enough into Slay the Spire 2 to know if that's still the case here. Maybe there's even more, I'm not sure. I'm trying to do most of this blind because I think it's much more enjoyable to go in there and like fully just have things, fucking golden shower on top of you as fresh as they can be. So I've been really enjoying like learning everything through trial and error, discovering things. It's been so fun, and I am only just now at like the very tippity top of the surface here of how much content this game has. I'm playing it daily for multiple hours a day. It's so good. So I truly do think Slay the Spire 2 lives up to the hype. I know this was many years in the making. It was worth the wait. $25 for this much content, I think, is a great price point. I love to see things like that. I know I glazed and commended Hollow Knight Silksong for something very similar, where you get so many hours of content for a low price compared to like AAA games, where you'll pay like $70 or, Lord help us, God forbid, but unfortunately even $80 sometimes for like a 6-hour game or something, right? Like, I think this is just so refreshing. It's super nice and also very simple. It's a game you can enjoy with your friends. Slay the Spire 2 has multiplayer. I just tried it for the first time last night with my buddy Ryan, but it has, I think, 4-player co-op. So you can have a run with your friends too. And they scale it up so that way it's not just like a full-blown fucking steamroll. Like, there is a challenge to it. Granted, of course, since there's more of you, there is more flexibility, so you probably will have an easier time, like if you're struggling by playing solo. I know a lot of new players have found it kind of punishing, which it is, and I appreciate that. I think it's a good thing. It doesn't hold your hand and put the training wheels on or clobber you with sock'em boppers. It's giving you the raw, knuckle sandwich, and I think that's wonderful, and it will enable you to get better over time as you keep doing runs and figuring out better synergies and what cards work for what builds. It is just a game that I think is just a joy, start to finish. And like I said, the multiplayer is like a really nice cherry on top because playing with friends is a lot of fun. I had a great time playing with Ryan, and I imagine it's even better playing it in a fucking 4-stack. I bet that goes ballistic. I don't have any real complaints. Like, there's nothing in the game that I was like disappointed by. I will say that there are some cards in here that are utterly useless, just pure poop ass. Like, you will never take them in a run, and if you do, you will feel like an idiot for it. There are just some genuinely awful, terrible cards in here that I think could use a little, sprucing up, a little tuning on. But for the most part, I think they do a good job with all of the cards having a place and a role to serve and a function. Some cards, obviously, are much better than others, but yeah, that's always going to be the case. There's always going to be some cards that need a little tweaking, balancing, but I think just off rip here, they've done a really good job balancing things. Silent, I believe, is probably the strongest character in the game right now, but even then, I don't really think it's busted. Like, I don't think there's anything about Silent that makes it just like a complete cakewalk every single time. Like, you still need to activate neurons. It doesn't play itself. So, like, I have no problem with that being like the best character right now, and I still think it's in a good state overall in terms of balance. So I'm very happy with Slay the Spire 2. I'm really happy to see that it's doing so well right now. Over 500,000 concurrent players at peak is amazing. That's an incredible accomplishment, and I'm glad to see it holding so strong. Still over 200,000 players every single day? That's great. Hats off to the team. They knocked it out of the park. I just wanted to give you this little review as I continue to play through it, and of course post more of my runs on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, and really that's about it. So, yeah. Pranksters are more hated than the common cold, but for the longest time there was always one prankster people would say bucks the trend of just going out and harassing people, and actually does like clever, fun pranks that are both enjoyable for viewers, and even the people who get pranked usually end up laughing. And that was Ross Creations. But with his latest super stinker, nobody's laughing. It's actually done a big number on his reputation, put a huge blemish there, and a lot of people are extremely upset with him. It's pretty easy to understand why. When I heard what his latest prank was, I don't even know if you can call this a prank, it's killing animals, not really a prank per se. When I heard that it was Ross Creations that did that, I didn't believe it. Drew told me yesterday, and he said, "You know Ross Creations?" And the first thing out of my mouth was, "Yeah, I really like that guy." And then he said, "Oh, well, did you see his newest Instagram reel?" To which I responded, "No, because I'm not a big Instagram user." So he showed me, and it's fucking baffling that he thought this was somehow a good idea.
Oh, what do we got here? A possum. You are going to Mars. Yes. Oh my God! Bam! He just walks away. Oh man.
Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? The possum doesn't just walk away. It is limping away, most likely to go die an agonizingly slow death from all of the internal injuries it has suffered from being launched fucking 50 feet into the air, because Ross Creations wanted to LARP as Kraven the Hunter here and just blast possums into space. I think his brain went to Mars. Like, I don't know what he thought would be a slam dunk with this video, but it is shocking. He just shows animal cruelty. You can even see in the community note, it literally just lists out the penal code here. He's in Florida, much like me. It is just textbook animal cruelty. Possums aren't even really pests either, by the way. Only like farmers consider them pests because they do like go after like eggs, chickens and stuff like that. But for just an average, just ordinary person, possums aren't really pests. In fact, they actually do a lot of pest control for you. So him just targeting possums to launch and kill them is unhinged. And believe it or not, I actually saw some enlightened Redditors in the comment section trying to educate us plebeians that possums can actually tank this. This kind of impact actually does nothing to a possum. They don't even feel it. They're a lot like squirrels in that regard. And I had to take a moment to compose myself and realize that that was a real sentient human being that typed that, and it almost made me shed a tear. Buster, possums are not like squirrels, they're significantly more dense, and they do reach terminal velocity. So while it may not have just exploded on impact like a fucking bomb going off with blood and gore flying all over the place, you can clearly see it limping away, and it is absolutely suffering, and no doubt will likely die from those injuries it sustained. That is an extreme distance to fall that possums cannot just tank. Some of these goobers in the comments section were talking about possums like they're goddamn Thanos. Like, that is not how this works. This device is an alley-oop for gravity to assassinate possums. I don't even understand what the content idea here was. So he seems disappointed that the possum walks away. So the video was going to be launching the possum, having the possum hit the ground, and then a mangled corpse. And he thought that that would go over well. He thought that'd be like thumbs up across the board. The description on the video just says W, so he thought this was like a great move. What kind of psychopath shit is that? The guy whose own YouTube description says pranks but not mean, branded himself as like a good prankster, built a reputation as being a prankster that like even the people who get pranked appreciate because it was fun and entertaining. All of a sudden drops a video killing possums. That was his idea. How fucking stupid can you possibly be? Let's go ahead and play ball with fanfic where Ross views them as a pest because he's a big-time green thumb farmer, which he's not. But let's say he was, and he hates possums. He's got a big problem with possums coming in there and fucking slapping his chickens around or whatever. So he wants to handle the issue himself instead of calling a professional. This is not the way to do it. This is extraordinarily inhumane. It is textbook animal cruelty. Like this... There is absolutely no wiggle room for any kind of justification here at all. It is just torturing these possums. They die a slow, painful death. So even though it looks like that possum walks away, if you really stretch, it is limping very slowly off of frame. But even if you think that it walks away, it doesn't live happily ever after from the extent of those injuries. There's no world where it fucking survives that. But let's say it did. Let's say it did somehow get out of there, but it's all bruised and beaten up, looking like Ed, and Eddie after the town just attacked them for their most recent scam. How the fuck would Ross ever think that is content that would be received well? Launching a possum in the air and brutalizing it, but at least it survives. Why did he think people would respond positively to that? That's not silly. That's not like ha 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 hilarious. That's just fucking weird. And the idea, apparently, was that it would kill the possum. Like, Ross seems disappointed that it walks away. I really don't get what he was expecting with this one. This shit is just unhinged, and I was shocked to see that it was Ross Creations that did this. I just had to yap about this a bit, because most other pranksters, I expect a level of, like, unfathomable degeneracy. But with Ross Creations, I don't think I would have ever predicted he'd be someone to make a video like this. It's so fucking weird. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. I just learned about another TikTok prankster facing multiple years in the slammer for absolutely trash pranks of just being a nuisance to society and harassing fast food employees for their content, treating them like props, like subhuman objects for them to be exploited for his content. This is the story of Heston James, who right now is looking down that soggy pipe of potentially 9 years in jail, which is a substantial amount of time. That's more than, like, actual super criminals that do unforgivable, unfathomable, heinous evil. But they are really coming after this prankster in particular, and I've seen on TikTok there's a huge movement about how his pranks are, like, harmless and stuff, because he's apparently the guy who, like, did screaming in department stores or something to annoy the workers, which is cringe garbage, but I guess ultimately harmless, and that's what they're saying he got arrested for? It's not. Also, that mentality can suck my whole cock. Yes, it is harmless, no one's getting hurt or anything, and it is a step up from the average TikTok prank, which at this point is just assault, so it's better than that, but it's still a pile of garbage. You are just bothering and making the days much worse for just normal, hard-working people that are just trying to get by. And he knows, and these pranksters know, they can't do anything back because they're not allowed to. They will get in trouble. They might lose their job, and it's very difficult to find a job these days. They don't want to lose their income. They need it to survive. So he goes in there and takes advantage of that for his content. And the content is at the employee's expense. The joke is pointing and laughing at the employees for their reaction to the screams and shit. It's humiliating them. That's not fair. I think that shit really sucks. He got arrested for the pranks where he would go interrupt businesses with hordes of his fucking clowns, his circus troupe that he brings with him, and just spends a handful of minutes taking over their job and berating them, saying how bad they're doing, so we're from corporate, we're taking over, and just harassing these employees. Just normal, everyday civilians just trying to go about their day, doing their job. And this guy just comes in to make it worse, which is all pranksters ever do, just this fucking miasma, this plague that sweeps through and is just a scourge to just the normal, everyday person. So he would go in with a bunch of people and like take over their job, doing this exclusively to just normal employees at normal businesses. And one of them even got a bit physical where they went to like Pep Boys, and some of his goober ass friends, I guess, were like bumping into the owner to push by him, and then even getting like a little handsy, taking things and using things on cars while they pretended to work on the cars at the auto shop, and actually putting themselves in danger, like getting underneath the car while it was still like up, so they could have actually just died there as well. So contrary to the misinformation they shit down your throat on TikTok about Heston James, where they're trying to like fight for justice for Heston or whatever, his squealing in department stores wasn't what got him arrested. It was these pranks where he actually went and harassed the employees directly and even allegedly got a bit physical and put people in danger doing it as well. That's what he got taken into custody for and what he's facing the charges from. And if I'm being honest, I do think 9 years is too much for what you're about to see. But I do think a precedent needs to be set because pranks are completely out of control. TikTokers hear the word prank and basically just go out and harass and assault people for pranks for the most part. One guy even poisoned food. Like, I already talked about that guy. I'm not going to regurgitate. But one guy thought pranking was literally poisoning food that could have killed people. That was the prank, by the way. So something needs to change. I do think he should face like serious punishment for it, but I think 9 years is too much. You see the EW body cam of the TikTok prankster? I actually have that up right here, because that was in the recommended when I pulled that last one up. So I have not seen this. I assume this would be the body cam of the AI pranks guy, but I don't think it is, just based on this.
Come on, everyone, come on. Everyone.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately.
Nice, good job mopping that.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys, or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
So what is this?
A TikTok prank draws millions of views online. A young influencer sets out to top it with an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt...
It's crazy how every TikTok prankster literally looks exactly the same. Every single one of them looks just like this. They must be made in some kind of like cringe lab or something.
With an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt spirals into chaos and violence, the attention it brings...
Jesus, even the people that he brought with him look exactly the same. Oh my god, they're all clones. Jesus Christ. It's like when Obi-Wan Kenobi went and met Jango Fett. Holy fuck.
Into chaos and violence, the attention it brings is not the kind he had in mind. After the manager Emma reported an unusual encounter at the restaurant.
A Lovecraftian horror experience.
Tell me what happened.
Cosmic being came through.
I had a customer.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately. And yeah, it was just like harassing and just getting in the face and stuff.
Your personal sizes have been lacking. So I'm here to make sure you guys are staying in check. Get out my floor. So I'm gonna clean house. Go ahead and bring in the guys. What is going on?
What is up with the frames here? Why is it so laggy?
These are my workers.
How many times did the police download this TikTok? It's all fucked up. They deep fried it.
No, you have to let get out of my store. Mop, I need everyone cleaning. Doing a great job, sir. Hey, nice. Good job mopping that. I need workers to check that the chicken's all right. No, get out my store. Let's pick this up. Get the napkins stocked over here.
Man, there really is only one good TikTok trend, and it's the Scientology raids. It's just always shit like this, and it's always to fast food employees. Genuinely, every single time. What fucking losers, man. What a shame.
Got you, boss.
The group of fake workers all appeared to be dressed in Chipotle-branded hats and t-shirts. Emma claims that business was disrupted by the group's behavior, some of which was captured on video by an employee and customer.
I just don't even understand who could laugh at this. I genuinely don't. I don't even see where it could even be misconstrued as humorous. It's just lame. And it was getting millions of views, apparently. Even by TikTok prank standards, it's just boring. Like, it's just extremely boring.
Oh my God, no, get out of my store. Wait, I'm out the door. You're doing a great job, sir. Now, okay? I'm glad it's done knocking back. That's what I'm coming to. Who wants to go back in the back, check everything's good? Yeah. All right, everyone, we quit! This place. Let's go.
Do you want the incident?
Ha ha. God, this shit sucks so much ass. Like, it's just an unskippable cutscene. You just agonizingly have to wait for it to finish so the TikTok prankster gets its content. Fuck me. It's so awful. I think they meant if they were there. That's what I mean. Like, if you were in that scenario, all you can do is just sit there and just wait for it to end. There's no entertainment. It's just disruptive and annoying. It is so nothing that I couldn't even see myself getting angry at it. I would just be so annoyed. I'd just be sitting there bored. Like, you took an average day and you made it slightly worse. And now the workers have to spend their time dealing with it, and so now she's got to get everything under control again now. Like, it's just so ass. It's all clout chasing. They want to be hated because they want the attention even if it's negative. Well, I know that, man. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even hate any of them. They're just lame. Like, I can't even muster enough ire because this shit is so ass. Like, you can't get mad at a pile of dog shit for stinking.
He's been going around a whole bunch of different stores.
The TikTok account at Terra Clout is owned by 24-year-old Heston James Cobb. On both TikTok and Instagram, Heston gained a following by pranking employees at
It's crazy that this is just a different guy than the last prankster I was just shitting on. Actual fucking carbon copy NPCs of one another. This has to be a government experiment, right? To churn out this kind of person. Like, it's copy-paste. It's crazy.
This time, the fake workers donned blue jumpsuits, carried tools, and pretended to work on cars, as captured on both an employee's phone and the company's security cameras.
All right, Joe, what's going on over here? Hey, it's a little early. Pull the cop, dude. I got the place.
Heston James back with another banger.
Okay, everyone, let's go. Everyone, let's go to the next shop. Well done. Let's go. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of guys.
According to police records, no one was assaulted, nothing was stolen or damaged, and if Heston recorded anything, it wasn't published to...
I feel like if you laugh at these kind of pranks, you need to be Baker acted. Like, for your own good. And, like, that's the whole prank. That was the whole thing. They go up, interrupt the business, pretend to work on the car, and then leave. That's the joke?
Who shares his fears that their actions will quickly lead to dangerous consequences if they aren't stopped.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys, or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
Officers learned that those concerns became
True.
a reality during the group's final prank of the day, when they were dispatched to a Pep Boys after a 911 caller reported a strong-arm robbery.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys, because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate...
Oh, no. I didn't get to see his side profile till right now. Poor dude lost his whole fucking jawline. Someone stole his chin. That's what we need to work on. There's a fucking maniac on the loose. They stole this guy's entire fucking jaw. Goodness gracious.
Yo, everyone, take that tire off. Take that tire off, quick. I got stuff for you guys. Everyone, check the oil. Check the oil. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
The incident ended in a clean getaway for the pranksters. The one at Pep Boys took a very different turn. The manager explains that when the fake employees began trying to work on customers' cars, he armed himself with a torque wrench and told them all to leave.
Everybody out. Get the
out of the shop. Get
Atta
out of here."
boy.
They were backing out. And
That's what I like to
the
hear.
manager was in front of the van. They started moving towards it. So I took the crowbar and I hit the windshield to get the driver to stop. And that's what I saw there. Yeah.
All right, here we go. That's some good news.
As well as both the driver and passenger side windows were shattered before the group escaped.
Posted, that's the Big Brand Tire there on Southern and Mill.
Yep.
You need to go and talk to that kid. He has people driving by his location and heckling him as he's trying to work. It happened last week.
Oh.
What's crazy to me is the people that are watching that prank are old enough to drive. That's fucking tragic, man. They're already down the path of just being an unlikable, insufferable loser. Oh, they're already too poisoned. They're too far gone.
He was the one that actually in the video reached down and yanked the kid out from underneath the car. Because the engine was just sitting there balanced on a 2x4 because the transmission was out of the car and he didn't want that kid getting crushed.
Oh, Jesus. They're crawling under cars and stuff. Everybody leans against the rack. And he pushes that thing down. You think that kid's going to think it was funny at that point that he killed his friend? Probably not.
Yes! Yes, man, that's views on TikTok. You're trying to reason with the unreasonable. If that happened, the only thought that would be going through their mind is, are they getting in trouble? And if the answer is no, how can they monetize it and milk it for views? 1000%. There's no reason to even try and, like, appeal to human emotion because it's completely absent from these fucking worms.
1 week later, on July 23, 2025, police prepare to arrest 24-year-old Heston James at his home and execute a search warrant.
They had food delivered about 10 minutes ago, so there are people home.
Tempe Police Department, we have a search warrant. You need to come to the front door with nothing in your hands.
Heard something.
Quickly, call the clown car. Get your boys here.
Hey guys, we know
Heston.
you're inside. We have a search warrant for the residents. You have to come to the front door.
Heston, get your mechanics out here. Come on, where's the clown car dudes? Where's the bang bus, Heston?
Moving inside.
Come outside and I'll show it to you.
Dude, looks like a cryptid. Oh man, the way he wandered out there.
Put your hands on your back. Okay. So it's the pranks that you've been doing, like all over at the auto shops and at the Chipotle and stuff. I'm not going to say anything until I have a lawyer present. That's fine. But I'll show you the search warrant.
Good call, Heston.
To grab
Meta AI glasses likely used to record the pranks, as well as uniforms bearing the logos of multiple businesses, including Chick-fil-A, UPS, Target, Home Depot.
Oh my god, he was about to go on a rampage. We just stopped a fucking serial prankster. Oh my god, we did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Holy shit. So many other businesses and just normal employees that they were going to annoy and harass. All spared. Fuck. They were in full swing. Jesus. We just prevented a national tragedy.
And Raising Cane's. Along with these items, police uncover what appears to be Heston's journal.
This is the most important year of my life, and I can't waste a single day. I will use this book to keep me accountable. Heston, don't think the most important year of your life got off to the best start, bro. There is no outcome where I don't succeed. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Poor dude also just listens to the platitudes on the goddamn self-help affirmations. Goal for the end of the year is 1 million followers. That's your only goal? Like in life, that's it? A nice little peek inside the psyche. That is the only thing they care about. Wow.
Incident, he writes, I have no other choice but to make this work by any means possible. I will give my family the best life due to my hard work. I cannot afford to miss a single day. This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges.
Your hard work, bro. What hard work? You just go harass fast food employees and minimum wage workers in other locations as well. That's not hard work, brother. I'm sure his family's proud. They must be. He's a real winner.
This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges, Dave questioned whether or not there would also be consequences for those who helped him.
All the 20 people that were a part of it,
they all need to be charged with trespassing and criminal mischief.
Which is a little bit more difficult because...
But I agree. I agree with that guy.
That's the hard part.
With that.
He probably paid these guys.
Are you out of your mind? He probably paid... He paid him an exposure, bro. He did not pay these guys. He's so green. It's cute. His naivety is cute. These fucking pathetic losers do this shit for free for these pranksters. The prankster tries to monetize it and make a career out of it. His goofball friends do it totally for free just because they're brain-dead idiots. Just lobotomites that mindlessly follow. He didn't pay them, man. He did not pay them, I promise you. There's no doubt in my mind they didn't see a single penny. And he's not rev-splitting it either, not with 20 dudes. That's not happening.
Their hair, yeah.
According to court documents, 24-year-old Heston James Cobb was indicted on 3 counts of felony burglary in the 3rd degree, 3 counts of felony criminal impersonation, 2 counts of criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, and 5 counts of disorderly conduct. He entered a plea of not guilty, and the case is still ongoing.
Looks like he's looking at 9 years, apparently, if the TikTokers that are opining on it are correct. That's pretty steep. That is a lot of charges he racked up there. Man, they're fucking coming after him big time. 9 years seems a bit much, but he should definitely spend a pretty not insignificant amount of time in jail, I think. Not even because I think his pranks are some of the worst or anything, or most egregious, but there needs to be a precedent. Because right now, it's just the Wild West. This guy, the AI prankster, and they always keep elevating. You have the people that actually assault people for pranks, harass people. There needs to be a crackdown on it. So maybe it starts with him. Give him like 3 years in jail or something. I think that'd send a very strong message. 9 seems overkill. Didn't Johnny Somali get less years in charges? Yeah, it's true. But again, if they settle for something like a 3-year stay in the slammer, I think that's perfect. Then I think that would be an extremely strong deterrent from other fucking dumb assholes on TikTok that are doing these ridiculous pranks. I just watched a video on the curious case of an off-duty officer walking around. This wasn't just your average, innocent, everyday stroll outdoors. This was advanced walking, with his penis out. Damn thing was hard, too.
This gun. Is this why you didn't want us to pat you down?
Well, what you saw, you described it as his penis.
Right.
Do you know what color it looked like?
If that sizzler reel doesn't get you hooked, I don't know what will. I gotta tell you, I'm not a dispatcher, but that line of questioning was a bit of an eyebrow raiser for me. You described what you saw as looking like a penis. Can you tell me what color that penis was? What was the make and model of that wiener? Now, believe me when I tell you that this actually comes full circle. This question actually does play a role in the real investigation. I don't want to spoil how it happens, though. You'll see at the end here.
On October 14th, 2024, a woman was jogging with her dog along the Reeds Lake Trail in East Grand Rapids. As she passed a man walking toward her, something caught her attention. The man had his penis exposed through his zipper and fully erect. Shocked and shaken, she borrowed a bystander's phone and called 911. Minutes later, officers arrived at the scene and spotted a man emerging from a wooded area who matched her description.
Now, at first, this video kind of seemed fishy to me because there's some odd usages of AI throughout it, but I double-checked the story and I can find multiple sources about this guy, so I'm assuming this is all real, and it does appear to be an actual police vehicle that we will eventually get to here, so I'm pretty sure this is all genuine. Just wanted to briefly make a mention of that. So, that's the lore breakdown. This story starts with a woman jogging and a man walking towards her with an erect cock out, which obviously disturbs her. She alerts the authorities. Authorities arrive at the scene and they see a suspicious gentle sir emerging from a wooded area.
Hi, sir. Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, not too shabby.
What's going on?
Oh, just walking around the lake.
Just walking around the lake?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you start at?
Over by Reeds Lake.
Okay. Like Reeds Lake Boulevard, where?
Just south of here.
South of there?
Yep.
Okay. Reason I wanted to talk to you, we had a call on a subject matching your description.
Okay.
Blue jeans, blue sweatshirt.
Yep.
Walking around with his penis out.
Okay.
I love that he looks down to check. Oh, jeepers. Did I forget the zip? Nope. All clear. Well, as you can see, officer, my dick is firmly in my trousers. Checkmate. Must have been somebody else. In fact, I saw a very suspicious gentleman running away like a cartoon villain over there a minute ago, and, you know, now that I stop to think about it, it might have been a penis between his legs dangling around. I think he went that way. He's over that way. You're letting the bad guy get away.
Have any ID on you?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
What's your name?
Dennis.
Dennis, have you ever been in trouble before?
I have not.
Dennis, what's your middle name?
Evan.
Can you try to reach him, please? Dennis, what's your last name?
Evans.
What's your middle name?
Evan.
Dennis Evans?
Williams.
4110.
Holy shit. It's the Dennis Evans Williams. Wow. I didn't realize we were dealing with a celebrity. This guy is famous for receiving the world's first fart transplant. Now, Dennis has found himself in quite a pickle here. But don't worry, he's got great defense.
No, I think I saw you when I passed by the first time.
Yep.
And you went back that way.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw you walk over here, and you were looking back that way, and then you kind of started to run for a second this way. Why was that?
I have no clue. I saw you here. I wouldn't have stopped running, I guess, if I thought it was suspicious.
Yeah. Yep. Was there a reason you ducked back in the woods when I went by the first time?
I don't know if it's a bridge or like an old stone. I don't even know what it is back there. But yeah, I was just checking it out.
Yeah, dude, you wouldn't believe it. Back in the woods, I saw a bunch of, like, crop circles, and I'm pretty sure I saw some fucking dirty little bastard gnome run back there, so I was just going to check it out, you know, maybe even find, like, a leprechaun's pot of gold. There's a whole bunch of stuff back in the woods, so as I was jogging around, it kind of caught my eye, so I went back there and took a peek. That's the explanation for why it seemed like I was running away from you. Really, I was just on an exploratory adventure, really. There's so much magical wonder back there and whimsy, elves and shit, so I was just taking a peek.
Sit tight with him while I run him real quick.
The name he gave didn't exist in any police database. No driver's license, no vehicle record, no trace at all.
That's impossible. You're telling me Dennis Evans Williams doesn't exist? My lord. He's a deep cover secret agent. You're impeding his investigation. He was back there with his cock out in order to try and bring down some kind of occult organization or something. That's the only explanation. Dennis Evans Williams clearly exists. I'm looking right at him.
You don't have an ID on you right now? Nothing on you? All right, sit tight. Let me see what else I can find out.
He repeated the same information. Still, nothing came back. Meanwhile, after the two failed attempts to identify the suspect, the victim drove past the scene, and from inside her car, she saw the suspect and immediately identified him to the officer, stating that she was 100% sure. This prompted the officer to approach the suspect a third time, giving him the last chance to give his correct identity.
Oh shit, he got caught on the drive-by here. So the victim drove by and noticed that this was indeed the same character that was just hanging hog out there while she was out on her morning run. And now, with that information of her saying she's 100% sure that's the right guy, the officer is again approaching him to try and get his real identification here, since Dennis Evans Williams is not panning out.
Victim drove by. She gave me a description when I talked to her. She drove by, said 100%, no doubt in her mind it was you.
Okay.
So, here's what we're going to do. You're going to give me your proper name, you're going to give me your address, and then we're going to go from there.
He continues to maintain that he's Dennis Williams. I'm shocked! So this isn't really going anywhere. He's just dropping breadcrumbs of some make-believe mumbo-jumbo here, going nowhere, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit here because he's just stumbling around trying to get himself out of this. It's not working.
Okay. Go ahead and put your hands back behind your back now. Like I said, you're not getting arrested. Nope. Turn around, face that way.
Face that way.
Okay.
You're not getting arrested. Put your hands behind your back, interlace your fingers together.
Okay.
Done. Is this why you didn't want us to pat you down?
Well, part of it.
While detaining the dastardly Dennis here, they were patting him down and then going to put him in the vehicle to talk further and figure out, like, who is he. They found a gun while patting him down, and he's like, yeah, that was part of the reason I didn't really want to be giving you guys all my information, thinking that that would be a problem. He didn't tell them that the gun was there, so now they're getting a little more serious about, okay, man, who are you? Just tell us your real name.
All right, what's your real name?
So, here's the deal. This has nothing to do with what you guys stopped me for today. I'm supposed to be at work, all right? I told my wife I was supposed to be at training today. I didn't want to go to work. I took a vacation. She just thinks I'm at work.
4970. Okay. 4670.
That's about
So
it.
you're playing hooky right now?
Yes, exactly. And she thinks I'm at work because I didn't want to stay home with the kids, and so I had the babysitter come out.
Yep.
That's where we're at.
He took a vacation from work so he could walk around out in public with his penis out. Look, my wife just wouldn't understand, but you guys get it. We're bros, right? Like, we understand each other. Sometimes you just need to cool down, take in the fresh air, and just pull your cock out and walk around outside. That's what I was doing. I was playing a little hooky, had a babysitter come over to watch the kids. My wife was none the wiser, and now kind of caught between a rock and a hard dick here, as you can see, officers. But, you know, that's the whole scope of the situation here. It just, I was supposed to be at work. Clearly, I'm not at work. Bit of a mix-up.
Okay. So, you have your full name then?
Yes.
Yeah, what is it?
Troy.
4534, I can find another.
Allen, A-L-L-E-N. White, just like the color. 10/31/86.
And you obviously don't want your wife to know what's going on.
Kind of why we're here.
As officers detained him pending identification, they conducted a pat-down. That's when everything changed. Inside his waistband was a loaded Springfield Armory Hellcat, round-chambered. In his pocket, a Microtech switchblade. Neither had been disclosed, but what the officers were just about to discover would shift the case even further.
The way they're using the music here sounds like a horror movie trailer right now. They got like the creepy water phone sound effect. What they discovered was going to change everything. Tucked into his waistband, in addition to the other instruments, was his penis. Again! Confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was the same cock that was just indecently exposed outside moments prior to the officers arriving at the scene.
Is there any way I could write you something?
Huh?
Any way I can get a pen and a piece of paper?
Okay. Slide your feet in.
What he wrote on that paper was KCSD. His true identity is Troy Allen White, a 10-year Kent County Sheriff's deputy.
So I guess he wanted to keep this one a bit off the record, so he wrote it down, passing some notes here, letting them know that he is actually an off-duty officer. He is a Kent County Sheriff's deputy, Troy Allen White.
Yeah, you work for the Sheriff's Department? Okay, what do you do there?
4119.
Oh yeah, I work for the Sheriff's Department. What do I do there? I'm just kind of the penis guy. That's just kind of like what I do there. It's just, you know, they say, hey, Troy, pull out that wiener, right? That's just kind of what I do here. So, you know, I was supposed to be at work today, so I just got a little confused, you know, walking around outside. Big misunderstanding.
County, lodge on false info, indecent exposure, $100 bond for each.
Okay.
So you'll be able to post bond tonight. I'm going to tell you you're going to get suspended when we get down to the Sheriff's Department here.
Troy gave consent to search his truck.
So I believe the strategy here from Troy was to inform the officers that he is also in law enforcement, hoping that they would try and like look out for him to help him out, maybe squeeze himself out of this whole thing here. That wasn't in the cards. That didn't happen. So next they got consent from Troy to search his truck. There they found under the booster seat for one of his children a rifle and a flesh-colored dildo. So this man was driving around the fucking Freakmobile here, So they started wondering, well, what is all of this about? What's up with this dildo and all this?
About intent, behavior, and whether this incident was isolated. During a follow-up call, officers asked the victim a necessary question, whether she could have mistaken what she saw.
What you saw, you described it as his penis.
Right.
Do you know what color it looked like?
So I was thinking about this a lot last night because one of the officers asked me, "Are you sure it was his penis?" And I was like, yeah.
Okay.
And then I started to think, well, I suppose it could have been a strap-on dildo that he was wearing through his pants.
This goes on for quite a little while, but I'll summarize. She does tinker around with the notion that maybe it's possible he was wearing a dildo out of his fly, but she's pretty certain it was actually his penis. She goes on to describe the color as being very white and contrasting with everything else. So she is very confident that it was his penis, but then even says if it was a dildo, this is still completely unacceptable regardless, which the officer on the phone agrees with. Ultimately, they did charge him with indecent exposure among falsifying information. He also resigned in the midst of all of this. And I can't find a follow-up for what happened with the charges. So hopefully the indecent exposure and all that stuck, because this guy's a fucking weirdo freak. Anyway, just wanted to put this story on your radar here. This was a wild one. That's really about it. See ya. Good morning. I hope you're ready to put a frown on that face. If you happen to be smiling right now, get that off of there. Take it down. And I mean that because what we're going to be talking about today is very infuriating to any sane person out there. And it's something that needs to be talked about and is part of a phenomenon that's becoming all too common, which is child sexual abuse crimes no longer being taken seriously in our justice system. Minimal punishment to the demons that commit these crimes. Behold, Exhibit A. Robert Morris has just been released from jail after spending only 6 months in there. Robert Morris is a former Texas megachurch pastor, also former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump, who last year pled guilty to 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. In the 1980s, Morris was molesting a 12-year-old girl multiple times. Numerous instances of him molesting a child. People in the church also lied and covered for him, even attacking the victim. And eventually, last year, it was all completely confirmed that he had committed these acts. He had even pled guilty to these acts. And the justice that was dispensed, a measly 6 months in jail for Robert Morris. And now he has 9.5 years of probation, which he will spend living in his luxurious lake house property. He also paid, I think it was $270,000 in restitution, which is peanuts to this guy's net worth. And he has to register as a sex offender, which, judging from the response from people, probably won't have any effect on him. People are like, well, he did the time. He's a changed man now. He's learned from his mistakes. We should welcome him back with open arms. Which I think is unhinged lunacy, but if this current administration has taught us anything, it's that the sex offender label is a protected status in the government. Fucking Donald Trump appointed Lawrence Taylor on his Council of Sports and Nutrition. Lawrence Taylor is literally a level 1 sex offender, actively registered sex offender, and Donald Trump gave him a position that supposedly works with children here on this council. And of course, the government doing everything imaginable to protect those named in the Epstein files. It's pretty clear that the sex offender label doesn't actually matter to a lot of people in positions of power, and even to just normal community members, it seems like they're more than willing to just say, welcome back, Robert Morris, we're glad to have you home. It's just complete fucking insanity. I'm just gonna be honest with you, puppet pals, and again, maybe I'm just fucking boofing crazy pills here. It just doesn't smell like justice to me. That Robert Morris only spends 6 months behind bars in the slammer, even though he has been found guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl multiple times, numerous instances of it, only spending 6 months in jail, and then getting to just live it up in his $1 million lake house property, and I imagine will be landing lucrative gigs in the future. even despite all of these known facts about him being a heinous, unforgivable demon. And like I said at the beginning of the video, this is a phenomenon that I think is becoming even more common. Another thing that I read today is that one of the January 6th rioters who's been pardoned by Trump turns out to have been a huge pedophile. There's actually been a couple of them, but the most recent one is Daniel Tochi. He was just sentenced to 4 years in jail for having more than 100,000 child sexual abuse images and videos on his devices. Authorities also found other disturbing things in there, like apparently he had saved videos of like a cat being thrown in blenders, stuff like that. But what I don't understand is, why is his sentencing so light? Why is he only getting 4 years in jail? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. He had over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material. Why is he not being behind bars for the rest of his life? This is absurd. This is just downright preposterous. 4 years in jail for that? That's 4 years in jail is like the same sentence they give to someone who fucking had an ounce of weed in their car or something. Like, this is completely inexcusable. And just even reading about this case makes me feel like Ed from the episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy when he had a fucking rock in his shoe, where he's just really mad. Like, that's how I felt reading this whole fucking thing. So apparently, Tochi's attorney had argued for dismissal because the evidence of all of this child sexual abuse material was gathered from the case for which Daniel Tochi was pardoned by Trump. The case against Mr. Tochi must be dismissed because the entirety of the evidence stems from a warrant that, according to President Trump, should never have issued. President Trump recognized the ongoing nature of the injustice against Mr. Tochi as the investigation took place over the course of 4 years, and the instant case is still being prosecuted. There aren't enough words that exist to describe this kind of evil, ghoulish behavior. So fundamentally, his argument boils down to, this case is unjust because you gathered all of this evidence of my client having over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material during an investigation from a case that President Trump has pardoned him for. Thus, all of this evidence is moot. Yes, all of it exists, but you didn't collect it appropriately. Thus, my client should be a free man, despite very clearly being a deranged pedophile. And they're falling onto, like, President Trump as, like, a means of shielding them. Like, President Trump said that this warrant should have never happened in the first place, thus you would have never even known that my client was a pedophile, so we have to dismiss this. That was what he tried to argue. Unsuccessfully, for the most part, though, even though they did lose that case, his client's only getting 4 years despite having over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material. That's not justice. He should be in jail for life. He is a fucking danger to a civilized society. This is a monster. Why in the fuck is he only getting 4 years in jail? It's just crazy that crimes like this aren't being taken seriously. Child sexual abuse crimes are not being taken seriously by the justice system anymore. And like I said, these aren't just some like fringe rare cases. It feels like it's only getting more and more frequent. I could go on and on. Another really recent example, a case that actually happened here in Florida, in Tallahassee. A Judge Tiffany Baker Carper allowed a maniac by the name of Daniel Spencer, who had just been convicted a month earlier of trying to meet up with a 15-year-old minor for sex. He was caught in a sting operation. And while awaiting sentencing, the judge allowed him out on bond, and while out on bond, he murdered his stepdaughter, Melissa Missy Mogul. The judge stated he's been out for an entire year, as far as I saw, with no violations. I didn't see any criminal history regarding violence. The only criminal history I saw was relating to drug offenses. When I looked, Madam Prosecutor, you're free to enlighten the court if I've missed something. This article then went on to say that it's unclear from the record whether the judge or prosecutor were aware at the time that the Tallahassee Police Department, in consultation with the state attorney's office and the DCF, had investigated allegations that Daniel Spencer molested Missy. Both agencies dropped their investigations without taking action because of a lack of probable cause. So it seems like there were allegations there that weren't pursued, and the judge decided that while awaiting sentencing, even though he had been convicted of trying to meet up with a minor for sex, that he'd posed no violent danger, so allowed him free on bond. And while out, he murdered his stepdaughter. Now, let me ask you something, and I want you to put on your thinking caps here for this thought experiment, this exercise. What fucking sense does that make? He is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. How is he not a danger? Like, maybe he doesn't have a violent criminal history, but he is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. Why let him out on bond in the first place? Especially, he knows he's going to get sentenced. I would imagine most people would have the thought that would cross their noodle like, well, maybe he's going to go out there and do something. He knows he's going to the big house, so maybe there's a chance he would just go out there and do something drastic in the meantime while he's still breathing the free air. I don't know how that scenario wouldn't be a consideration for the judge here. It doesn't make any sense to me. He is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. What sense does it make to release him out into the public, into the community, while awaiting the sentencing? All that does is put that madman back out there in the meantime where there could be more victims. It really is just outrageous. The judge seemingly didn't think that this guy, this pedophile, was dangerous. His crime wasn't really violent. He was just trying to meet a child for sex. So I don't see like a criminal history of violence. So we'll go ahead and let him out on bond. I won't revoke that. That's fine. And naturally, this caused a big uproar here in Florida, as it rightfully should. I think this is completely inexcusable. If the judge had ruled that he must stay in custody during the sentencing as they await for it, then that 5-year-old child would still be alive. Most likely. I think that is very true. And I do think judges need to be held accountable for these kind of fucking baffling decisions that they make. Judges should not be above responsibility and accountability. And this was such a big deal here in Florida that a new piece of legislation was put into effect called Missy's Law, named after the victim in this case, with the stated intention of requiring judges to remand defendants to custody immediately after their conviction of certain dangerous crimes rather than allow them to remain free pending sentences, which happened in the case of Missy's stepfather. So basically, when someone is convicted of a dangerous crime, which I believe, and I think most sane, sensible people would also agree with, that Daniel Spencer's initial conviction of trying to meet up with a 15-year-old child for sex makes him a dangerous criminal. He should not have had the opportunity to be out again in the meantime, in between the conviction and the sentencing. I think that 100% should constitute staying in custody. They should not have the option of being out on bond back into society in the meantime while they wait for sentencing. It's a recipe for disaster, as this case has showed. So I do think that makes sense. Now, also as a result of this, there is a push to have this judge impeached for this decision that led to the death of Missy. I don't know how all of that shakes out. I'm very unfamiliar with that process, but that is also something that's been a huge talking point here in Florida. But anyway, that is a subject that I've talked about a lot recently. There are just some bad judges doing some evil shit, just pure corruption. There have been numerous instances, and then the judges don't face any kind of repercussions for it. One of them that I really yapped about, really was blabbering about because it had me fucking steaming, was Judge Susan Worthington in Oklahoma in the Jesse Butler case. And I do genuinely think there is a huge problem with some corrupt judges out there that are doing deplorable, unexplainable evil. Like Jesse Butler, the Oklahoma rapist who was facing 78 years in jail, but then Judge Susan Worthington believed that that was too harsh and that the punishment that fit those crimes was actually just some community and service, so he would see no jail time. Now, of course, this was part of a plea agreement that was put forth to the judge. She didn't come up with that herself, but Susan had every right. She had all the power, ball in her court. She could have declined that, but she approved it, meaning that Susan Worthington agreed that this rapist, this violent rapist, who nearly killed one of the girls via strangulation, by the way, didn't deserve jail time, and that community and service was sufficient. And I think that is completely indefensible. It's downright sick. It's unacceptable. That is just a complete demonstration of Susan Worthington's inability to be a judge. That should have been shot down and rejected. That is not okay. The victims did not get justice, and this monster gets put back out there and let loose. No jail time, no real punishment, nothing. And there's plenty of other monsters out there that for some reason like to sow the flames of chaos and make terrible decisions like this that only serve to jeopardize the safety of innocent people. Jesse Butler, like in this case, I'll stay on this example, is now free to still go out there, and the only lesson he's learned is that he is actually untouchable. So he will most likely reoffend, and maybe this time around, the victim won't survive. Maybe this time he will kill them in order to ensure that there's no evidence or proof that could even potentially jeopardize his freedom. It just really feels like, in a lot of instances, there is this push from very powerful people, like some judges, that prioritize protecting these devils over protecting innocent people, or seeking real justice for victims. It's scary. It is fucking terrifying, and it seems to be very increasing in frequency. It's just something very alarming, and I wanted to yap about it today. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here. And you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech. And what happens is when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more overtime. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to like send it back politely. What an incredible deal. If you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, oh, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-soomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. You have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending. And they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of like a strategy, is like, you know, you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for like a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for like a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time. You could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus, you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, because think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying. Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually like own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription based and like lease instead of own, rent instead of buy. It's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I'm going to try and use my power of incorrect predictions for good instead of evil. I will boldly, proudly, with my whole chest state that Bloodborne 2 will not be revealed at the Game Awards. A statement I didn't even think needed to be uttered, but the hopium, it's overflowing right now. The cup runneth over here for people to see Bloodborne 2 at the Game Awards next week, because Jeff Keighley posted a wacky statue, which does look very cool. It's a very aesthetically pleasing little doodad there, a little doohickey. And then there was a reply to it with a bunch of like redacted information, like it was fucking Epstein files there at the Game Awards. And this sent people into a frenzy trying to find ways to brute force Bloodborne into it, to make it seem like this is confirmation it'll be Bloodborne 2. I don't buy into it at all. Would love to be wrong, though I'm going to tell you, I'm batting with a tremendous record right now when it comes to my predictions on Bloodborne 2 not being real and probably never being real, at least not for many more moons to come. But anyway, let me show you the statue, let me show you the Game Awards riddle around it so you can start forming your own thoughts on what it could be. And then I want to tell you a little new piece of information that dropped this morning, a little tidbit that I think would be so fucking embarrassing if this actually is the reveal. But you know what would be even more embarrassing? If people found out you didn't shower using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. What are you waiting for? And right now is the perfect time around the holiday season, because Queso and I just got our collab soap out. We got the Naughty and Nice. So go to usecheeky.com right now and really upgrade your hygiene game. Yes, I want to talk about the Jeff Keighley cryptic tweet that a lot of people are speculating could be a reference to Half-Life 3, to Bloodborne 2, and all that. So it's this right here. I already talked about it when it got posted. It's that right there, but the Game Awards replied with this. The blank are silent, blank bleeds, new blank stir. And that right there has been a bomb in the Bloodborne hopium community. It's a very cool statue, by the way. Very cool. They do this every year. Not really to this degree. There's never been a year where I thought, maybe it could be Bloodborne until now. And even then, I still don't really think that. I just think if someone's going to go this hard for, like, teasing an announcement, it's either gotta be something people have been begging for a long time, or a delusional company that's about to just beclown themselves in front of the entire Game Awards and God. Like, imagine this is all just an announcement for some, like, fucking shovelware gacha game or something. It's definitely not going to be Elder Scrolls. If you want to know what I think it is, and I don't think anyone's going to be, like, necessarily pleased, I think it's Saros. So, if you look at Saros, and this is a game that's got, like, a lot of meat behind it, and it looks like a cool game. I think it's this. They've already teased this game before. The style of that statue is kind of similar. I think it's probably going to be Saros. And I also don't know how this would have, like, applied to Bloodborne other than the reach of, like, New Blood Stir or something. Moon Bleeds or whatever. I just do not think it's Bloodborne 2. But do you really think they would do all this marketing for a game that's already announced? Seems like a waste. Brother, it's the video game industry. Of course they would. They do all kinds of nonsensical shit. The hunters are silent. It could be. I'm kidding, it won't be. I'm still very confident this is not Bloodborne. I don't even think the style really looks all that Bloodborne-esque. This would be a crazy departure from the aesthetic of Bloodborne. It literally has to be Duskbloods. See, Duskbloods I could definitely see. Since we don't know a ton about it, it is FromSoft, so they'd probably go hog wild for it. I could definitely see it being Duskbloods. Diablo 4, maybe. That would be the most deflating shit. That'd be worse than a gacha game announcement. If they're just announcing a new patch. All we know for sure is that it's not God of War, Elder Scrolls 6, or Diablo. All those have been debunked. Unless it's a red herring. Just like when they said they weren't going to show us a Silent Hill trailer at the PlayStation Now like 6 months ago, and then they did at the end as a bait and switch. Diablo 4 Season 11 goes live on December 11th, 8:30 PST, right after the Game Awards. Take that as you will. God, that is going to be the most foolish fucking thing if this actually is Diablo 4. So now, what if I told you that there is quite a bit of meat behind the theory that this statue is related to the Lords of the Fallen? For those that don't remember, Lords of the Fallen, well, the original Lords of the Fallen was one of the worst Souls-like games for its time. That shit blew major ass. I even replayed that a few years back when I was going through like my Souls marathon, and I just couldn't finish it. It was too goddamn awful. They reignited that franchise 2 years ago with The Lords of the Fallen, and when this puppy released, let me tell you, it came to an overwhelming cacophony of meh. The reception was that the game was okay, it was mid. I played it on release, and it was clunky with a lot of problems, but it had some interesting ideas. Over the course of the last couple of years, they've released like 70 or something updates to it to try and put lipstick on that pig, and as I understand it, it is much better now than it was when it came out. So hats off to them for putting in the effort to make it better. I haven't gone through and tested it myself, but I'll trust people's words that it is in a much better state now than it was when it released. But even still, I don't know how strong the Lords of the Fallen community is to be salivating to such a degree that they would commit to this like big marketing push, this like cryptic thing, all to reveal more Lords of the Fallen content on its way. I feel like if that is the case, and I'll show you the evidence here, the audience will be silent. Like, even fans of Lords of the Fallen are saying, like, this would be pretty underwhelming if it's you guys doing this. Because, like, again, even though the game's in a better state now, it's not exactly something that people have been dreaming about, fucking soiling their britches hoping for, and getting, like, this really big, like, mystery ahead of the Game Awards where some big things do get revealed. It would feel very, like, if it is Lords of the Fallen 2. Anyway, though, they posted this tweet, "Something stirs within, ready to rupture," and people were quick to notice that something stirs within so soon after the Game Awards thing. Well, that's a little odd considering stirs is there as well. And the aesthetic of the statue does match the aesthetic in Lords of the Fallen. Also, the way Jeff Keighley initially tweeted, "Regal inspiring thickness," is very similar to how Lords of the Fallen tweeted, "Executions, tentacles, rotting corpses," all things also present on that statue. There is also mention on their Twitter of blood and bleeding. They like to use the word bleed a lot. So there are some things that seem to suggest this could be Lords of the Fallen related. But nothing concrete, nothing confirmed, but that right now seems to be the leading theory. And if that is the case, wow, what a letdown that will be. Like, I hope Lords of the Fallen 2 will be great and a huge improvement on the first one. But man, to get like everyone's hopes up that this could be something that we've been waiting for a long time, only to have it be Lords of the Fallen 2, would be such a shame. I feel like there'd be very few people that would find that satisfying if that's the reveal. I don't think there's gonna be fucking people pumping their fist, oh yeah, or anything like that. But we'll see. Again, it's not confirmed to be Lords of the Fallen 2. This could still very well be something else, something big. But I don't think it's going to be any of, like, the crazy pie-in-the-sky ones. I don't think it's going to be Bloodborne 2. I think there's a fucking 0% chance of that. I think I'll probably hit a growth spurt before that game ever comes out. I don't think this is Half-Life 3 related at all. And I don't think this is Elder Scrolls related either. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. 3 reviews, 1 cup. I'm going to be reviewing 3 shows that all ended this week in this video here, doing it all in one, going crazy style on it. So I want to start with what I think to be the most, like, interesting that not enough people are talking about. Sentenced to be a Hero. I made a video glazing this when it first aired. The first episode was like an hour long, and it felt like I watched an entire movie's worth of content to kick off the season. I was blown away. I know nothing about Sentenced to be a Hero. I watched that on a whim because so many other people were gushing grannies on it, and I thought, well, this isn't something I heard of, so how good could it be? And then episode 1 came out and just slapped me around with high-quality animation and a really interesting story. I expected generic slop. It was not. It had a pretty simple premise, but throughout the season it fleshed it out into something genuinely interesting, and I am glued to it. So I was hooked right away. And a lot of people were, but unfortunately it's come out at the worst possible time because this season's lineup was so stacked. It was clashing with Titans, the Behemoths, JJK, Freerin, Hell's Paradise, Fate's Strange Fake. Like, it was such a big stacked lineup that unfortunately Sentenced to be a Hero started to fall off of people's radar, starting to play second fiddle, and then everyone just kind of collectively stopped talking about it, which is such a fucking shame, because if this came out at any other time, it would have been the standout. This would have been what everyone was talking about and suckling on, because it's extremely good. The animation is top tier. I would say it's second only to JJK this season. I put it over Fate's Strange Fake and Hell's Paradise in that regard. Its action, I think, is beautifully animated. And every single episode of Sentenced to be a Hero had action. There was never any, like, you know, slow slog, anything, like, boring. It was just a lot of action. But even while delivering all of this, it still kept planting seeds of mystery and, like, intrigue. I will say that its characters aren't exactly the deepest. They're pretty standard shonen tropes that I feel like pretty much all of you have seen before. You'll definitely recognize that in a lot of these characters. But they're put into a world that is unlike most others that are out there, where being a hero is like the ultimate punishment for only the most vile of criminals, where they can't die and they have to devote their lives to just saving everyone else. No glory, no fame, no appreciation. These are scum villains. Those are your heroes, and we follow the hero unit as they are saving the world from the demon blight who use fairies to basically just destroy humanity. But along the way, and I'm going to get into a little spoilers here because, you know, the season just ended and I want to talk about a lot of the things I liked. Throughout the journey, you learn that there's other forces at play, coexisters that want to exist with the demon blight, because they believe humanity is doomed, and the only way to ensure a future for themselves and the ones they care about is through cooperation with the demon blight and accelerating their plans so that way they can have authority in the new world once humanity falls. So then, not only are they clashing with the demon blight, they're clashing with other humans that have allied with them. And in particular, this concept gets explored extremely well in the final episode. My jaw was on the floor for the finale here. The fight with Bujum was great, and then the final episode hits, and you get so much that had me on the edge of my fucking seat, man. Like, Kivia's clash with a very important figure in her life and everything that unfolded there. And then, I'm trying to avoid, like, the biggest spoilers here, but I just want to say it was masterfully done how they handled that. It was animated beautifully, and it was extremely emotional. These characters that we had followed throughout the entire season everything getting flipped on its head in a crazy clash at the end that doesn't feel like just an ass pull, but feels like a really natural development of things. Holy shit. Chef's kiss. It was incredible. I really, really, really liked this season, and I hope that there's more to come from this, because they did a great job. They knocked it out of the park. I know I've been complimenting its action in particular because there is so much of it here, but as I said, it's not just that. I think they do a great job of setting up a very interesting world, and I'm excited to see more from the characters. Like I said, they are a little one-dimensional throughout Season 1. There's not like a ton that you get. Outside of Kivia. Kivia is the one that gets the most development. She gets fleshed out a lot by the end, but the rest around her, also aside from Xylo, he gets a lot of fleshing out too. But like the other cast of heroes, they don't get a ton of time to shine and develop, but even still, they're very cool and they're very hype. Especially someone that we only get introduced to in like the last 2 episodes, Rhino. I'm really excited to see more from Rhino because there was a big twist with that character, and even though we just met him, it felt substantial and it felt really interesting. But anyway, I won't yap too long on Sentence to be a Hero since I'm reviewing 2 other shows here, but I want to say this show is incredible. I really hope people stop sleeping on it. Let's now move on to probably the one everyone wants to hear my thoughts on, JJK Season 3 Part 1. I'm a big Jujutsu Kaisen guy. I think all of you know that. I was very excited for Season 3, and overall, I really liked Season 3. But I don't think it was flawless, and it's something I talked about on stream throughout the season as it was airing, and I was met with collective boos because people don't like when you step out of line of the hype train and rock the boat, but I feel like it wasn't as strong as Season 1 and 2. There were extremely great moments in Season 3, of course, and some of the new characters they introduced, I am really happy to see there. I'm really, really happy that Yuta is blossoming here after JJK0. We get to see a lot more of him in Season 3. He is an extraordinary character. I also really liked Higuruma. I think he was extremely exciting as well. It's just, Season 3, I think, got a little too lost in the sauce of the culling game and its rules, and really drilling home numerous times, even outside of like the infamous lore dump episode where it's basically an entire episode dedicated to just vomiting out all of the culling game rules and regulations. Like, I felt like I was at a fucking board meeting for it. But even outside of that, there are just multiple times where it like just halts its own momentum to just over-explain what's happening in the grand scheme of the culling game itself. You know, like explaining someone's curse technique and then talking about why they need to take those points or add a rule that allows them to take points in order to accomplish this goal. Like, it just felt to me like they didn't respect the audience's intelligence to kind of piece it together on why certain things were happening. So they would instead just like hit the brakes screeching and then explain it to you. And to me, it just felt like a little messy because of that. And of course, like, it jumps all over the place, which I don't really have a huge issue with, but I know a lot of other people did. They felt like it made the story a little more disjointed, which I can see that, but that personally didn't bother me nearly as much as just like this constant need to over-explain everything that you're already seeing in order to ensure that you know how it fits into the culling game rules and the big plan and the overall scheme of the culling game. That really did start to irk me. I'm just being honest. I don't think it ruined the season or anything, but I do think that it weakened some moments because of that. But like I said, overall, I still really enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't disappointing by any means, and the final episode of Season 3 Part 1 here, one of the best in the entire series. It might be the best in the entire series. The start to finish, Yuta's fighting against multiple opponents, delightful. What a treat. A visual spectacle. That was a fucking home run. They crushed the finale. And I'm very excited for Part 2. Now, this is a Part 1 of the culling games here, so I do think it's also a little unfair to like review it as its own separate thing, because as it fits into like Parts 2 and everything that comes next, I'm sure it'll feel a lot better if you were to watch them all back to back to back without like a break in between. But since I'm reviewing everything that ended this week, obviously I'm going to be talking about JJK Season 3 Part 1. Again, I still really liked it. It had incredible moments. I think it also has one of the best episodes in the entire series. It's just, I didn't love how hard they went on making sure you got every single fucking tidbit, every tiddlywink of lore in regards to the culling game and every single rule and the fine print of every rule too. It just made it kind of a headache that I think, made the pacing a little worse at times. And now let's move on to the third thing I want to review that just ended. I just finished it, Frieren Season 2. You might remember, I didn't watch Frieren when it first started. I was not a day one Frieren enjoyer, and it wasn't until December of 2025 that I went through and watched all of it, and man, did I fall in love with it. When I first watched it, I watched like 4 episodes or so, and I just didn't get into it. But when I watched it in December, it hooked me. Like, after, really getting the vibe of Frieren and what it was doing and how it differs from every other show that I'd seen in recent times, it really started to hit. A word everyone uses to describe Frieren is cozy, and it is, but it's a lot more than just being cozy. Especially in Season 2. It extends far beyond just being some kind of, slice-of-life comfort show. It really is just a show that gets you invested in a journey and what it means to enter a time of peace and just appreciate the little things and every experience that comes your way. We follow a party that is many years past a grand journey that Frieren was on, where they defeated, the ultimate evil, the land is saved, and by all accounts, we're in peaceful times. It doesn't mean that everything's sunshine and rainbows. There are still monsters out there. There's even still demons, and occasionally the party we follow now of Frieren, Fern, and Stark will kill some of the demons or vanquish some monsters, but oftentimes they're just doing real simple chores. And we're meeting some characters that we only spend an episode with, but they leave a lasting impression. It's just a very human feeling of like how characters connect with each other, helping one another, and recounting a journey and trying to really hold on to those memories and an experience. I just think Frieren does a good job of making you care about every character that you come across and root for this new party of heroes. And Season 2, they now are in a much more dangerous location. They're in the Northern Plateau, where there's a lot more turmoil, there's a lot more chaos. Things are not amazing. And in fact, the highest rated episode in Frieren was in this season, and it's an episode that's entirely action, where they're fighting a 4-armed, 4-sword wielding demon. And it's a fucking hype episode. So, like, there is action here, but it's not the bread and butter. And I really appreciated the action here, but it's also not why I'm watching Frieren. It's not like I'm going into every Frieren episode hoping that they're gonna fucking, blast this demon, face fuck a demon lord or something. Like, I'm there because I want to see them go from village to village, maybe get a new grimoire that helps them, butter some waffles more effectively with a spell, and they help this individual or help this town by doing their fucking laundry or something. They make such trivial tasks and chores have such a deeper meaning to them, and it's easy to feel like a connection to that, which is why I think this show hits so hard for so many people, myself included. It's just a really unique show in that regard. Now, Season 2, though, I will say, it's short. And, of course, that's not a surprise. We knew going in it was going to be 10 episodes, but it feels really short. But the finale, I think, is very strong. I'm very excited for where it's going to go when it comes back. They set up an incredible encounter here with a character that we knew from Season 1, Dinkin, against one of the most powerful demons in modern time, one of the Sages of Destruction, that's taken over his homeland and turned it to gold. I'm very excited for that clash, and I imagine that's going to be a pretty pivotal moment in the next season. I just wish this season was a bit longer. I wanted to spend more time with these characters and on this journey. So 10 episodes, to me, didn't feel like enough. Which is a good complaint to have, that you want more, because it's just that good. Season 1 had a lot more episodes, and I just want more Frieren is all. So the season did feel a little short. It's not that it feels incomplete, and it doesn't feel like it's, abruptly ending or anything. Like, I feel like it had a pretty solid conclusion. It's just, I don't know, I wanted more episodes. That's really it. That's my only real complaint for season 2. Anyway, these are the 3 anime that concluded this week. I know Hell's Paradise is right around the corner, as well as Fate's Strange Fake, but I didn't really want to wait for those 2 to end before dropping some reviews here. Plus, doing 5 reviews in one video seems a little too ambitious. So anyway, just wanted to give you my thoughts on these. That's really about it. See ya.